Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds. A new LMG and scheduled meta changes. A new way to explore UGC. And PUBG when you can't play PUBG. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.3 patch report. First up, a new weapon is hitting the Battlegrounds. The RPD is a 7.62 LMG that features a faster reload time and higher damage than the M249, but with a slower rate of fire and muzzle velocity, giving it a feel all its own. LMGs in general are receiving a rebalance as part of our new seasonal meta rotation, which we'll have more information on in an upcoming video. But for a quick taste, expect faster reload times and improved horizontal and vertical recoil. Next, we're turning the Battlegrounds into a playground. Your playground. PUBG Playgrounds is now live, allowing you to discover, create, and play community-created content in one easy-to-access location. This will allow you to drop into a selected UGC mode through matchmaking, instead of through a custom lobby. There are even UI improvements for team selection, the end-of-match screen, and more. We'll refresh the available UGC modes with every monthly update. So there's always something new to check out. The best UGC all in one place. PUBG Playgrounds. We're also bringing back a fan-favorite mode during our regular maintenance times. Presenting for the 3rd time ever, PUBG! Get ready to hunt down your very own chicken dinner! Chicken dinner all maintenance long! That's right, PUBG is coming back. And you can play it during every single scheduled maintenance to pass the time before you can get back onto the real battlegrounds. Scores will be tracked in both normal and hard mode. So rack up your best score and share it with your friends. This feature will only be available on PC for now, and will not count toward your playtime if you happen to be at a PC cafe. We've also adjusted the hybrid scope's reticle size a bit, made firing from vehicles a little more challenging, added some key binding options, and a number of other customization and visual improvements. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.3 is here, so pick up that new RPD, drop into some UGC, and beat the pixels off player Omna. We'll see you on the playgrounds. Battlegrounds.
This one's titled Sexy Play. It was honestly one of the nastiest 1v2s I've seen in a while. Check it out.
Holding that staircase, all he's got left in the bag though is flashbangs. He'll try to send it. Tries to push across. He gets one.
Gets one. Look, pops. 4 bullets left.
Both of them have to reload.
Back in, back out.
Back to it. He gets a cold 119. Puts him in a blender.
Bro.
119.
119.
You gotta give him props. That was a sexy play. The full reload. It looked like
that was
a rookie
nice.
game for
Okay. Yeah. He got him. Is he gonna go around too? Oh my god, there's another glider. Wait. This guy's goated glider driver. Okay, that was sick. That was sick.
That was also luck, but that was clean as that he stayed on the top.
9?
Yeah, 9.
10. Alright. О!
Ну хлеба. Не, думаю, боль, не, ну красиво очень.
Че, он на русском спросил?
Левый, бля, или правый?
Дайте бумагу туалетную. Это ограбление нахуй. Давайте бабки, жвачку. День закончился, мы его отмечаем Липтоном Ice Tea.
Почему отмечаешь только ты?
То, что ему досталось. Потому что я самое главное лицо этой организации, лицо нашей компании. Let's go. Заткнись.
Заебу подвинуться.
Заткнись.
Заебу подвинуться.
Заткнись.
Hello everyone, welcome to our grand finals interview. We have Nexi and Tegodon with us here. We are already one of the teams everyone expects to see at the top. What are you actually looking for in a tournament like this?
For us, it's about qualifying to PGC and just improving. I feel like since our IGL change and roster change, we haven't quite found our footing yet, or at least our peak. We're playing okay, we had good results in some of the tournaments past, but we haven't found our stride yet.
I mean, of course, for us, the ultimate goal is to qualify to PGC Grand Finals because we want to skip the qualifiers at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean that is just our ultimate goal, and everything that comes with it is just an adventure. So for us, definitely, because we're not like a qualifier team. As we can see from our past qualifiers, we also quite struggle in qualifiers. So going straight to finals is definitely a big thing.
At this point in your career, what makes a grand final exciting for you?
For me, I just like it when players take it seriously. I really am a sucker for people playing good PUBG, and I struggle in the qualifiers when some teams just feel like they have nothing to play for, nothing to lose, and they just do crazy things, and I think that's quite frustrating.
Like VP and Falcons have faced each other many times. What do you think makes Falcons such a difficult opponent?
I mean, I would say they're really coordinated because their team plays pretty good. They have really good communications.
Whenever we talk about our team fights, sometimes we feel like one of us needs to do something crazy. And in hindsight,
yeah.
we're always like, that's what Nixie would do, like in this situation. Usually you have a window where you can fight them without another team third-partying you, but if it's VP behind you, it's like, I start fighting a team, holy crap, like I'm already getting grenaded in the back. Like,
do you have anything you want to say to each other?
Good luck. Good luck.
I'm trying to think of some trash talk. I don't really have much, so I'm like, damn, this guy's MVPing some shit right now.
See you in the game, see you in the grand finals. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to Shanghai, China. This is PUBG PGS 9, and this is the second day of the grand final. We started yesterday with a boom. It was exciting. It was fast-paced. It had some of the best endings we've seen in a very long time, and we're back to do it again.
The smokes are being deployed from Falcons here. More of really good Molotovs here to zone out where Falcons could be from behind hide cover, and now they actually figuring out that the hot cover is just done.
A lot of damage coming through. Gustav still has that Panzerfaust in hand. He's going to peek through. He's going to spot out Bear, and Trimsy will take down Jacob, and now it's down to just Kiss. Falcons collapse, and just like that, Falcons get the first win of the day and add to their overall lead.
Oh my
gosh. Look at the mini map. It is just a focus, man. There is nothing Twisted can do. Every single person in this lobby feels like they're shooting at Twisted Minds. That is a massacre. But I mean, Type already moving aggressive. He wants to find an angle onto this. He gets some damage, and it is going to get a knock with the volley.
Nice move by Type to get in there and get a little extra something. Goes and changes to Gen G. Says, I'll take one more. Thank you very much. Then he gets the flush. He's going to keep pushing forward. Type is out of control.
He has pushed this back down into a 1v1 by himself. He is feasting on this. Nade's gonna come out back behind him. Big damage, but running up. Gustav, other side. Flash comes out. No real vision.
No way!
Takes it. He clutches it up in a big way.
You do.
That's a great Molotov there for Park Pro, knowing exactly what the situation is. GK just starting to collapse. Good grenade will find him, and D, he's won a couple of great 1v1s to start off the game here, but 1v4 is maybe asking a little bit too much as GK will get the win on Rondo.
They're making the commitment in. The regroup is coming out from Liquid. Shots are already coming out. A little bit of damage was done. Is it going to be enough to turn the tide? Cowboy looks over. Good peeks.
Oh, no.
Team Liquid get multiple knocks. Just one Falcon player up, and it is Tickleton. Can Team Liquid run up and close this off? Nade's going to come out, and there you go. Falcons fall. Game the Expendables are now out. 17. 4 players up. 2 solos. 1 for Liquid, 1 for Gen G. They are running and gunning and chasing down Bean. They want to just use their numbers advantage and not let any of these solos make anything happen. Bean getting punished, but Luke, he runs up. He's trying to peek through the smoke. Goes for something. No! It is going to be 17. They played the manner and they made it all work.
You always have to worry about it, and Hospital will find 2. He's going to find 3 Falcons. Everything was looking great until it wasn't, and now Gustav is the last player left alive. Can he pull off the miracle here? Can he save the rest of his squad? Window, hopefully, maybe find something, but he's going to get taken from behind by Myth. Songjang, though, has that P90, and it is singing for him right now. 9 kills for GK. They'll get the last one as well. A big come up for GK in the final game of the day.
We'll find out tomorrow who lifts the trophy, who signs their name, and who becomes the PGS 9 champions here in Shanghai, China. We hope you had as much fun as we did. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
We got next. We ready to flex. We're ready to rock. Headed to the top. We got next. Can't settle for less. I'ma need your best. So give it all you got. We got next.
To the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the final day of the grand final of the PGS 9 8 and 7 circuit. This is what the players have been working for almost a month now to get to this stage, to lift the big trophy, take home the lion's share of $300,000 and the massive dump of PGS points. This is the time to be the one, and we're excited to help walk you through it. My name is Toffees, and I'm joined by Matchroom, Avenger, and Porosaurus as we get ready for a very exciting day of play. Poro, last time we were here, it was a 4-horse race at PGS 8. Are we still looking at a tight race for PGS 9?
I don't know if it could get much tighter. Honestly, you've got 3 teams that are sitting above 80 points, but then you've got a nice stack of squads right behind them. That one good game puts them back in the mix as well, and it has been so difficult to find any amount of consistency this finals. Falcons were probably the best at doing it. They had a 6-game run, finishing no lower than 3rd, but the result of that is a 3-point lead after 2 days. So it is anyone's game here still with 5 games to play.
You know, it's tough. I believe they opened theirs with a 14th and a 10th and then closed their run yesterday with a 14th and a 16th. So just one of those situations. That's a tough place to be. But 89, they still held on to it by the end of the day, Martin. Geeke, however, shocked everyone but Poro by pushing up to 86 so effectively.
I love that we're never gonna let him forget
Never
it
letting
until
that
we
go.
forget ourselves. And yeah, they had an insane run yesterday. Good to see from them. But also, it was 49 points. They had a really terrible day one, right? Or mediocre day one, which leaves them not in first place. Sure, Falcons also had 41 points yesterday, but still, nobody had these amazing 60, 65 plus point days. That means where nobody has broken triple digits. And also, I would say it's anyone's game down to maybe 6 unless Scam the Expendables pull up something crazy like they did at PGC 24.
You know, Matt, some exciting, crazy things would be exciting. Gam the Expendables making these big pushes. 17, recently, Victor, all the way down to 55. Is there a world where I can expect, I mean, do you really think, are you with Martin here, that these guys can make a comeback, or is it just watching the Falcons, Geekay, and the boys run?
Okay, this is where you gotta go historically. We can see that, Falcons, Geekay, T1, Genji can all let off on the gas on the last day of performance. Now, do I expect all of them to do it? No. That does mean, though, that there could be a couple of slides here if we see somebody start playing a little bit more inconsistent, or Falcons kind of keep up with the 4 kills that they generated in the last 3 games. There is a world where some of these lower teams can climb up. The issue is, whenever we're looking at teams like Made in Thailand, they tend to start to pop off more the pressure mounts. So with this new Falcons roster, is it going to be more of the historic slow, okay, we've got the lead, let's just try to hold on to it? Or is it going to be what got them there and finding consistency and just trying to close the door? Those are the real question marks that we don't have answers for, at least until the first game or two.
As we watch the highlight reel, and I think the rest of the day's run we spent watching those top couple of teams make moves, this is still the run for PGC. There's still PGS points on the line. So the mid to bottom leaderboard still matters, Martin, in the sense of not only is there cash here, but there's possibly a bid to PGC available by how you can put those PGS points behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to keep that average high. You got to get that big share of the PGS points here. And again, like with the amount that's available to it, even for a top 5, top 6 here, you get 50, 44 points for 7th here. It's insane that we have so much points available for them, right? Considering it was 60 points for a win in the big week of the kind of previous circuit, and only 30 for the big one, right? So it's crazy. So let's see if some of these teams are able to stack up the averages and keep it high.
I think when you talk about that 8th cutoff, or there is that value to gain those PGS points. Some of these teams on the bottom four have been shocking to me. Twisted Minds in 13th place. E-Arena, who won 2 PGSs ago, in 14th. Virtus Pro, who won EWC and previous PGSs, at 15th. This is wild to me that this is the bottom of our board.
It's tough. It's really tough. I mean, the fact that Virtus Pro has not found themselves in a top 4 spot this entire time is insane. But they've just had a really bad string of bad luck. They just cannot seem to avoid early game fights. And where in the past we would see them, they would be the ones kind of taking the fight to other teams. It feels like that's kind of flipped the script here on them this time around. And they'll get involved in a fight early, but then it's just instant third, fourth party. The APAC teams, the Vietnamese teams, the Thai teams are just coming in and swarming on anything that they see on the edge that they think they can take advantage of. And it's honestly, it feels like it's caught VP and Twisted Minds a little bit off guard this time around. We'll see if they can find a little bit more of their footing here with one day to play, but it might be too little too late at this point.
It is shocking to see the fall of EMEA, to be honest. Even when you go down up to Liquid, just the West in general, Liquid in 11th, there's not any teams outside of Falcons that are really thriving inside that top 10, Martin. Is this an anomaly, or is this something that our Western fan should be stressing about as we look forward to BGC?
Rather happening now than at PGC,
Fair.
right? And,
True.
Let's see how we turn it around for that. But I mean, still happy to see Falcons. I'll claim my 25% of Denmark within Falcons and say Denmark and the West is doing well. As we take a look at the head-to-head team here, Mid, Falcons, 2 teams really to look at today. Sure, Mid is 21 points behind the lead, but got a banger. They had a lot of kills, and that's going to continue, hopefully. And if they can find their chicken tenders today, they might be able to contest for that top spot, or at least the podium.
Now, if I remember correctly, Myth was in 2nd place coming into yesterday.
Yep.
So that's kind of why this comparison is relevant, is Kiss playing out of his mind in terms of damage. They just weren't able to convert yesterday, it felt like, Poros. They just sort of let that second place slide aggressively.
They fell off a cliff. It was weird too because of the first. Usually, I look at the first game as a big indicator of how things are going to be for the rest of the day, right? And Falcons came in. They won the first game, being in first place. Myth was right there behind them in second place with 9 kills. But then after that, they just fell off a cliff. I don't know what exactly happened with Myth there, but the fact that our Korean teams were able to rally so hard. Remember, they were in the discussion as well, and not just 1 or 2, like 3 teams up there that are right in the mix, and that is, I think, probably the second biggest story from this finals, as we've seen Korea really kind of finally get their groove back.
Myth has 10 points in the 4 last games, Sophie. Sorry to
well, no, that's a solid point. I mean, this is Myth. They were on track a couple of weeks ago to possibly be PGC champions. We saw them absolutely run the board at EWC's group stages, and then to let it slide that aggressively yesterday, it says that can happen to a lot of teams. And I think that's because the meta is wild right now, right? About Player Unknown's explosive grounds, mortar mastery, trigonometry, Panzerfaust, grenades. It seems like every team has mastered grenades, right, Poro?
Almost every team. No, yeah, grenades, again, just kind of as we were sitting around in the green room coming in before, I didn't do like a really hard in-depth analysis of it, but I was just looking at the amount of grenades thrown versus the amount of grenade damage that's been done. And it seems like our Chinese squads are very inefficient when it comes to the amount of damage they're getting back for the amount of grenades that they're throwing. Meanwhile, Korean teams are actually finding a lot of success with it. So everybody else is kind of in the middle, but those are the 2 big standouts for me. And I don't know if it's just a complete regional thing or if it's just the way the cookie crumbled this time around, but it's definitely something that stuck out when looking at the statistics.
I mean, I find that regional trends often transfer. I mean, it's not lost on me that Korea made a huge comeback yesterday. APAC also sort of grinding up, and we only have 1 Chinese team and 1 Western team inside of that top 10 is something that I think speaks volumes to maybe some of the more established, quote unquote, early adopter regions outside of Korea need to get their act together. Let's talk about the overview right now as we join our hosts in Shanghai. Participating teams, you look at that list, Matt, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top. You're like, oh, they put those there because they were favorites. Not so much right now. It's been a shocking turn of events when it comes to this event.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back into the VP situation, it's astounding that it's just not a single top 4. Whenever that is what has been their bread and butter. We're looking at very big, I would say, mental hurdle as we take a quick look at all the team skins that are up and available right now. It feels like this is the end of a marathon, right? I've made the comment a couple of times, it has been a ton of events back to back. This is the last day of it. This is the time to push that last sprint, and it's going to be a mental battle for a lot of these squads, I think, more than anything else. Because if anything, if I'm looking at this and kind of some of the positions for some of these teams that we know are better than what we see on this leaderboard, I feel it's that maybe it's just a little bit of fatigue, and now they're going to come out swinging on this very end of it to see how much more they can get.
Don't forget to pick up those in-game GPT skins out now while you still can. And then, of course, remember, this is about the road to PGC. So this is a reminder of who took home the wins. VP, Myth got 2, 17 got 2, E-Arena got 1, and all of those teams are basically out of the contest. Even Petrichor. In fact, I don't think there's a... We're going to have a new champion. I'm pretty confident saying there's a new champion.
Yeah, unless Myth has a crazy day.
Well, and they might, because again, we find out that Kiss has more moms than anybody, 11, and it continues. He has been racking up over and over again throughout all the PGSs, and he's one of the few players at the top who's added, besides Himass, at this event to that mom count. So I will say, regardless of how Myth does, I think we can all stand on this box, Martin, that Kiss is still one of the greatest young talents in PUBG.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no denying that the individual and mechanical skill in this guy is absolutely through the roof. And to the first guy to get into the double digits there, still MVP points currently for him as he is in the lead. He's looking really good overall. I think he's amongst the ones to have those 19 kills alongside Kiss, Shrimpsy on 17, Heather, Tycon also on 17. So they are continuing to racking up these points here. Tan was kind of an outside shot. He's only got 15 kills, but lots of damage and a lot of impact as well.
That's anyone's legend that's in 9th place right now with that.
Exactly.
That is insane.
Crazy.
Yep, so he's doing everything he can, but it's not quite enough as you see him down in 9th place. Also worth noting, Myth's up there in 2nd for the MVP race, and their team's in 5th. So both of these would love to push up a little higher. And at the top is Falcons, where Shrimzy, who's 3rd for the MVP race, may be lamenting the rule change that says it no longer has to come from the winning team. Because I think that they're in a pretty good spot right now. Here's my question. GK Esports, Poro, do they have what it takes to catch and hold the Falcons, or are they playing with fire and this is they had a great day?
I honestly, I think all three of those teams are I guess, GK, T1, Gen G, all of those teams are very much capable of catching the Falcons and overtaking them. The question that I have is, if they do it early, if they do it in game 1 or game 2, do they have the ability to hold off all the attacking teams that are chasing them down? It's a lot easier to play when you're chasing first than it is when you're in first place trying to hold off everybody. So we'll see. Game 1's going to tell us a lot as we start off thing here. Yeah, you see all the chase pack, and those are some terrifying names in those teams.
I'll admit I thought the graphic package was going the other way and Falcons were after these guys. Matchroom T1, Gen G, made in Thailand. I mean, this is like Poro alluded to. They are terrifying how fast these teams play.
Well, also, whenever we look at this, we've been seeing GK and Myth have some successes through the series. It's really been Gen G and T1 suddenly starting to come alive and being the teams that we were expecting them to be, I guess, a month or two ago, right? So big performances coming up from them. See how the stability comes out for Gen G as well as T1. Can they keep this rocketed performance where we even saw just crazy clutches yesterday coming up from Type?
Look at a comparison of Kiss versus Shrimzy. I'll never forget the first time we chatted with Kiss, and he talked about how he looked up to and was scared of Shrimzy. So to be in a contest and head-to-heads with somebody that you liked watching when you were getting your start has got to be pretty cool if you are Kiss. Probably not Shrimzy so much. I bet that's pretty frustrating to have the young guns catching up to you all of a sudden. Well, the players are in the chairs. The game's about to get underway. Martin, as we get ready for game number 1, what do you want to see out of our consummate veterans? I know Twisted Minds can't really win this, but you still want to see performance. So what do you want to see out of the mindset from these teams that have really been through the ringer?
And most importantly to me today is that we're looking at a wrangle. We had some really great performances from T1, from Geeky, from Falcons, even from APG Alpha Gaming have had some great performances there. So if they can continue, if that's just a trend based on us having played 3 so far, if they've been lucky, I don't know. But still, we are playing 2 of those today, so that's important. And we're starting on that, so that's what my eyes are on. Can T1, Geeky, and Falcons get some more points on the map they have been so far?
Well, you said it. Let's get the points. They have done well, and everyone has to put pedal to metal. This is game number 1 of the final 5 games of our grand final. Day 3, game 11 officially. This is the chance to try to play catch up. Can you get mixed up into that top 5 as this comes to the home stretch? As the plane takes to the air and the grassy pastures blow in the wind, let's hand it over to the poets who will handle this broadcast. It's Matchroom and Porosaurus.
Players have been striving to get away from these 5 game days for qualifications, for all this other stuff. Finally, we get a full 3-day final, and it is time to prove your merit on it. Going back to the map that feels like it kind of started a bit of a fall for the Falcons when they couldn't clutch up against Kiss. We are on Aaron Galporo, and it is a pace-setting game to say the least.
Absolutely, so much riding on the performance in this first game. It's going to set the tone for the entire day, and Falcons need to have something big here. Or maybe not big, but they at least need to have something that they can hang their hat on here a little bit and know that they are in this one and they are ready to go. You see Gen G actually going pretty high up there, close to Stalber. I think they're going to see those Falcons parachutes drop. What are we doing here, Gen G?
This is odd. I mean, everybody knows
there's nothing
that,
up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is Stalber sided, okay. So I guess, yeah. But no, we still have a bit more of a commitment higher up. Yeah, I guess it's just to steal their vehicle to kind of screw them over at the start. I guess it's just a small battle of take what you can steal and try to get the guys on top a little bit worse off on the go.
Okay, well, it's not ideal to have one of the cars stolen from around you, but that circle will pop all the way up there to the north. So even if they have to drop looks like actually Kickstar going to go down to the coast and pick up a vehicle for them there. But It's a minor irritation for sure to start things off, but not something that's going to set them back too far behind. But again, yeah, a lot riding on the performance here in this first game. Let them know exactly where they stand. We'll know exactly where their heads are at as you guys, you can get your heads around some drops here on Twitch. Everybody loves drops, Matt.
Yeah, easy peasy. You've got right at the start of the day, so make sure you just link your craft and ID. You should be able to pick up everything that you want. Looking around, we can see that Falcon's Kickstart did go up to the north to secure a vehicle, so that's going to throw off a little bit of his loot timings. Circle is leaning pretty far to the north, so nothing too scary. So when we look at the circle down in the, I guess, bottom half, closer to about, bottom third, it's going to be the river running right through everything. Yasnaya Lake over there into the east. Georgia Pole over to the west. Team Liquid not getting any focus on crates right now, as it feels like all the aggression they were getting from the Korean teams, the Falcons have now gladly taken from them.
Looks like anyone's legend would just kind of hanging around. Okay, the ferry pier and Myth just off to their east, finishing leading up around Myth. The one thing I've got my eyes on, Matt, T1 and Geekay. Kind of near each other over there by Lipovka, just off to the southeast of the new zone. If they decide to start going on rotation at the same time, it looks like they're both kind of taking their time, looting up and slow moving into this circle. If they both decide to wrap in the same way, maybe going off to the north, there's a very good chance that they run into each other early on, and that would be pretty devastating for their game one chances. Meanwhile, it looks like Gen G is starting to get a little bit close to Alpha here over near Severny.
Yeah, we've seen Severny be a focal point for a lot of these games, just given the way that the circles have kind of popped much more northern. Geekay has gotten a bit close with Park Pro, but we have seen T1 Geekay kind of land next to each other every once in a while. They're pretty good at getting some level of separation out. My eyes are more drawn to Hasameme, that's going to go ahead and get a foothold position for the rest of the squad for Angry Men. They're now starting to leave Yasnaya, so that should open up some pathing potentially for T1 and Geekay that you were talking about a moment ago.
I don't know, Matt. I don't know. This feels like Gen G is hunting. They're sending two into the south side of Severny right now, and I think they realize that maybe Alpha... they do drop here, they do loot here, but I think they maybe thought that they could catch them out before they make their full rotation. So we'll keep an eye on that. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, that looks like Gen G being a little bit aggressive.
Petrichor Road now going to start getting more of this area for their control, and that's going to be shooting range as Alpha is going to go for a regroup. Other players for Gen G going to be playing a bit more over into the east, so it's going to be just the two stacked up over here for right now. Salute is going to take the shots, and Tycon, of all players, for Alpha is going to go down. The hunt that you're talking about looks like it might be paying off, and are we going to see Alpha commit back and go for something of a res? D on the other side of it flushes it too fast, and that is Alpha on the run now.
Wow, man. It looked like it might be happening. It looked like Gen G has been watching what Alpha does, how they loot up, how they make their rotations. A little bit disorganized, a little bit disjointed, maybe a little bit just too cavalier with how they go about doing things, Alpha. And Gen G spotted that out, and they take advantage of it early on. They'll take one away, and it could have been a lot worse for Alpha, as we see Liquid looting up, getting themselves a nice little Groza there for Cowboy.
Hey, anything to get everything started is going to be a bit better off. So really we're just looking at a bit of timing for teams that had a bit better of a position to try to start going for that more centered meta, get everything a bit more set up. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we're looking a bit more Circle 2, given how northern lane this is, given we still have like Stallburst, Severny, shooting range, so many different ways that this can kind of pull. Of course, we are going to most likely move away from Yasnaya. I say that just because it's right on the edge, but we have been seeing the circles just kind of do whatever they please. So you can't really make anything as far as a commitment, right? You can't say, oh, well, it's going to pull away from this. We've gotten rid of all of the water circle settings, all those types of things. That's what made for a lot more of these wild circles that these teams are really having to defend against.
For sure. And right now, we actually have a red zone kind of happening right in the middle of this zone. You see well, maybe not off the AI stream, but right about where APG and 4 a.m. is, there's a red zone going on there that's going to create a lot of divots for teams to maybe play around and hide out in. If this does end up kind of going towards that center-ish location in those open fields, at least there'll be some amount of cover that teams can try to send it to as a kind of a port of last resort. Obviously, nobody wanting to go there this early, but late game, those might come in huge.
So looking at the timings on how this is all starting to set up, Falcons are getting more of an approach in the north. Kickstart's going to be kind of around the res beacon to the east of Severny. T1's going to go ahead and start taking up some of these warehouses. Alpha, after being shooed out of Severny, are going to get the crossroads that they're going to be playing around. Down to the more of the south, we do have 17 still holding out around Rozhok. Myth that are going to be going on that eastern bridge just outside of Rozhok. And VP running a wide 2-2 split from Boatyard across the island onto the other hillside. So a lot of this territory, I would say, when you look at the circle, we often say that that's the gatekeeping position. It feels like it's moving just to the north of the river just because of how this circle has kind of laid itself out.
I do feel like that's a good sign from VP, though. Considering the struggles that they have been having, they're still willing to do these big wide 2-2 splits on both sides of the river and really just trust each other's ability to stay alive as solos. So that's a good sign going forward. We'll see if it ends up paying off for him, as we saw Myth getting a little bit close to 17. Wembo going to chase them away, and it's actually going to force them up into the 4 a.m. split. So we'll see where the new circle goes. Ooh. It's going to go all the way over to the west, centering on shooting range. So that is good news for Liquid, but they are now on the clock as they are kind of protecting that plane crash area.
So, shooting range going to be a focal point for a lot of the team's movement. The north almost entirely open. Gen G going to go ahead and use that track from Severny, go more west. That should pay off pretty well for them. Is got to be careful. Scappy and the rest of the crew coming up back behind 4 Angry Men, and 4 Angry Men just going to go ahead and go for this quick stop off. Just do the shots that were coming out. Follows up, even though he tried to get his meds back together. Scappy is going to find and get the flush onto Shin, and now 4 Angry Men find themselves being hunted by Maiden Thailand, who's trying to get their points up early.
Oh my goodness, we said it at the beginning. You get a good indication about what these teams' play style is going to be like here today. As you see Myth already on the hunt, and this was those divots from that red zone earlier on, putting Geek in a good position to maybe take 4 a.m. by surprise. They're going to keep on sending it. Now Virtus Pro, Luca Rux, he's going to run right into 17. Does get the trade, but immediately gets taken down, and that's the risk that comes with running that big wide split that Virtus Pro was running.
4 Angry Men in so much trouble, already lost, 3 players, down to just Hasameme. Poor HS moves down into this lower section. It is supportable for now, but it does not feel good, as it is going to be the hillside with Team Liquid holding down the outskirts onto Wreckage. Gam the Expendable having a good section of it. Then we saw just a moment ago 17 Gaming, Team Liquid, other section of their 2-2 split going to be next to them. Petrichor Road just to the northeast of that. T1 just to the north, leading down into shooting range where we've got those couple of shacks and I guess that ridgeline plateaus, whatever you want to say. To the north, we have been mostly Gen G, but now starting to get more friends. Petrichor Road over here, Anyone's Legend, and now also Falcons have taken over Severny.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alpha, they sent 2 over to that shooting range shelter, and Petrichor had 2 there waiting for him. So Alpha now down to just Duck Myers. Oh, Lou, you can't park there. That's not a BRDM. That doesn't swim.
I feel like somebody was looking at their map.
I think that might have been the case.
There was no dodging bullets or anything. He was just like, but I guess trying to figure out where they wanted to go.
I like the example, though. He's like, hey, I'm down to be a passenger princess. You want to drive? Feel free. Go for it. I love that.
Bold choice. Guy just sacrifices his car into the water, and it's like, hey, I want to shoot. It's your turn to drive.
It's trust,
you go ahead
baby.
and go in front of me.
Trust.
VP is going to be just in front of Twisted, but there's going to be a ridgeline between them. Alpha Gaming is now going to get eliminated. Gen G is going to kind of finish what they started there, and Gen G kind of the kings of the north right now as they've got that whole ridgeline coming out from Severny into the mega compound at Crossroads to the west of that under control, and if we continue to see this go north, they're in a great position.
Yeah, it's a really nice start from Gen G. And now they got Falcons and Severny just off to their east, and now they have to be ready to move because that circle pop going back up to the west, they're in great position in that compound. They can send everybody into that compound, and I mean, we've seen Virtus Pro do it before from there where they have just dominated, and we'll see how aggressive Falcons decides to be, but they've got to make a decision quick because Geek is starting to wrap up in that direction, Myth is starting to wrap up in that direction, and Falcons, they've got 2 in vehicles, but Shrimsy and Gustav are kind of sticking around.
Just got to send it right now. The gauntlet's going to come up. Petrichor Road, first one's taking the shots over here. Team Liquid also taking shots at 17 Gaming that are following in back behind them. Petrichor Road's going to go ahead and pull back together from their 2-2 split, and they're going to use the hillside to the west of shooting range to try to find some level of control on what's going to be happening here. Timings are what this is all about right now. 17's just trying to get ahead of the pack, and they are playing this aggressive, hoping that it pays off. But a lot of teams are taking shots, not connecting and getting much out of it. They've run the front section of the gauntlet, now in the center of the circle. Anyone's Legend, though, more caught up taking shots at E Arena, provides some pathing for 17 to work with. GK coming up back behind Falcons. They know this, they've spotted it, but it's the aggression coming out from Myth just to the south of Falcons that could really spell a problem.
Yeah, this was GK put in a really weird situation. They saw Falcons ahead of them. They tried to go back down south, but ran face first into Myth, forced them to go back up into Severny, try to avoid Falcons, and now they're going to be playing around the coastline as now Team Liquid and Twisted Minds are wrapping up on the northern side just to the east of shooting range. So far, one down for Lou. It looks like a straight trade, but Alo is going to get taken down now by Example, and Twisted Minds is out ahead.
Game the Expendables trying to get in a couple of shots. Glider's got to come down. This has got a bit too feisty, and Twisted Minds wants to try to rally themselves back together. They need the time to work with, and they just, I wouldn't be surprised, crash that glider directly into face of Gam the Expendables to keep any form of push coming out. Falcons have moved down into a bit more of a compound position, surrendering the hillside, and Myth's going to get it. Geeke's got the coast. To the west, it's going to be a big push coming up from VP, right on top of anyone's Legend that was running a wide split, but Delwyn has a beautiful angle. Nixie and Crexy both already down.
Oh no, Virtus Pro. They just get taken by surprise. Delwyn on the high ground with that M249 in hand. One left alive for Virtus Pro now as he's inside the building. Beamy will find Sololzi. Destroy going to keep on chasing him around, pre-firing the angles. Beamy just dancing through, and no, okay, they find him in the end. Virtus Pro going out in 15th place.
Oh man, this event has just been killing Virtus Pro. They can't figure out this rotate no matter what they do. Nades now coming out from Gam the Expendables. Twisted got some time to work with, but I mean, it's just going to be on defense. They have to make sure that they do not allow Gam to continue to use this trench line and fight their way to him. Team Liquid is going to be playing just on the outskirts of this from watching, and so Gam's got to make a more focused push onto it. Perfectix does get the knock onto Clories. Nades now starting to come out from the Twisted Minds line, and that is going to slow down Gam. Circle pops, though, and now Twisted has a big problem in front of them that Gam the Expendables is gatekeeping them out.
And another hard shift to the west, and Gam now in a beautiful position to gatekeep Twisted Minds as they keep trying to go for the reset. These guys have had two knocked for quite some time. They've been able to reset every single time, but you also know that you've got Cowboy and Purdy Curdy from Team Liquid just off to the north, looking over in this direction, trying to capitalize any way they can. They did steal away that knock on a Clory, so at least 1 point, 2 points picked up for Liquid off of that, as they will have to get on the move once again. But I think Gam the Expendables realizing that they are in the driver's seat here. Twisted is going to eventually have to move, and they don't want to give up that free knock to give them an open door. See Tanvu just slowly keeping an eye on everything. As Twisted Minds, again, just looking for anything, any type of way to open up just a brief opportunity to make a push here, but just nothing revealing itself.
It's just too hard using the trench. I mean, there's only one funnel point. Twisted Minds knows that if they step up, try to go out of the trench, that could be punished by Team Liquid, who doesn't have a path into the circle either. So it is going to be just trying to brute force. While this is happening, we do have movement happening from the Falcons as well as Myth, T1. T1 started coming over here, but Purdy Curdy took shots from Team Liquid, rebuffed that approach, so that's going to buy more space for Twisted Minds to start trying to force this to happen. Nade's now starting to come out, but Gam's already moved so far back away from that position. There's no other option, so now just sending it in. T1 runs right up on top of Petrichor Road, and Myth gets a piece of this from the outside.
Big trade to start off here. I-26 v6 will get the knock on a Heather, and Shrimsy's going to steal that one away. So heads up play there by Falcons, just third-partying all of this as they're making their way in. The smoke wall will go down, try to slow things down. I-26 v6 throws the grenade in the shack, trying to get end before he's able to escape, and you see
Here
the shots
comes Falcons.
from range coming in, and now Falcons and Myth have both decided that they want to get in on this. 04MB is going to get taken down by the seat swap from Tickleton. He'll run him over just to make sure he secures the point, but Trimsy's been taken down by I-26V6. The BRDM is now here with Kickstart in lead. Tickleton's going to go down as well. Falcons decided that they want this fight. Myth is in a perfect position to third party all of it.
It's all about the timings, and Myth read it well. T1 now getting involved from the higher sections of this. They want to find some kills. 2 players up for Falcons right now. Make it down to 1, and it continues to stack. Kickstart got a BRDM. Does he want to go for some knocks, kills, or is he just trying to get out? The trenches, the explosions, everything causing problems. Limping out now, starting to just slowly creep his way in. 17's moved into a gatekeeping position. Now Gen G, they're getting involved as well. Everybody realizes this is a chance to take down Falcons, and they want a piece of it. The circle even abandons this position to make it even that much worse.
They want it bad. Gen G has been farming so far, but you see what Myth has been able to do. 5 kills so far, but they're down to just Jacob. He's going to go for the res on a Kiss in the smokes, but you see the grenades coming in from Gen G. They're not finding the mark, though. Purdy will flush out Baron, so Team Liquid still getting involved, despite being down to a duo. Third-partying everything, but Kickstart will go down to that grenade from Bean. They picked up 4 kills, but they are out of the game one.
GK's got a great position on a ridgeline to the north of the circle. Gen G, though, they need to stack more kills, find something, and the new target is going to be Myth. Gen G's got this 2-2 split, so it isn't a firm commitment. It was just trying to see what they could get out of this. T1 weakened in front of this, as now it is going to be Purdy Curdy taking shots, coming down from what we were looking at with the Twisted Minds whole fiasco that was going on over there. While this has all been happening over into the east, that has broken apart. Yam the Expendables moved into a more centered position, so now Twisted Minds has the wreckage and kind of the lane trench to work their way into the circle with.
I really like that Gen G pulls off there as Cowboy's going to get spotted out by Raining. Another kill picked up for T1, up to 5 now, despite being down to 2. Take a spray over into the smoke, see if he can find Kurt, but he's not going to find it. Gen G pulled away from this, despite the fact that there were still a number of players out here that they could take. They knew that they were in a good position to get a good spot in this next zone, and they decided to take it.
Yeah, they had that 2-2 split setup so well. Raining's in a lot of trouble, nowhere to really go. He's going to go down. Now it's just E-End over here and Kurt trying to find something out of all of this. T1 is going to get eliminated, and Myth starting to try to get a rampage going, but they only have 2 players up. They want to deal with Kurt over here. Nice. I think that was a Molotov or some type of damage that came out right in front of him, but it is going to be Jacob that finally does take down Purdy Curdy. He is going to get eliminated, and it's going to be Myth now making a run into the circle, while Twisted inside of vehicles are just going to make a run in as well.
A late game Twisted appearance, and they are going to be sending it right into the middle. As you said, 1 player left for the Expendables down there. Could cause them problems if they are not expecting it. The flashbangs coming through, but they will take him down almost immediately. But the mortar from Padampong is going to land at the worst possible time for Twisted. Does he have any more follow-up?
Okay, the focal point. This is kind of a valley that we're looking at. Nobody wanted to go down into it too much. It was just Gam the Expendables trying to see if they could hold something here. And now GK, high ground, looking down on a weakened Twisted Minds. They just need 5 points to move themselves up into first place. Falcons are already down. T1's down. And they have the opportunity with Twisted Minds down below them. They don't want to go too aggressive on this because Gen G does have a nice angle that they're trying to put in work. But Gen G's a bit distracted. They're taking shots over at 17 as the new circle pops, and it is going to be right onto this position where E-Arena, Twisted, and GK are at.
And I feel like GK may have been more interested in going and pushing Twisted Minds, but they took a lot of damage from Delwyn. Anyone's Legend, that wraparound on the north side, put a pause on that push, so Twisted Minds able to reset, able to recoup, but GK is still there. As you see a few more, no, Padampong, he does indeed have more mortars, and we'll find the double knock once again. Does GK see that in the kill feed? They're not pushing it though, Matt.
They're afraid of the angles coming up from Anyone's Legend as well as Gen G, but there's a new problem that is brewing. One, mortar is going to be coming out from E-Arena yet again, and it feels like it's going to be right on top of Twisted. Example manages to stay alive, but also Himas looks like he's trying to get set up. Padampong just punishing Twisted Minds. Doesn't even need to pull the trigger. It's just mortars. Now can Himas do the same?
Check him headphones. That was great stuff from Pathampong as now MS. Gonna be sending him over towards Geekay. Not gonna find the mark though. Gen G has arrived though. Gets a con very low. D is just gonna pull right up on top of the foxhole. Somehow they have not been able to take him out just yet. A con is just putting him in a blender. He gets a knock. He's got 1 HP. How is he doing this to Gen G? But he does go down in the end.
Gen G was so confused in that they almost started shooting at their own teammates. And now it's all coming apart. Too many different teams getting involved in this. Songjong manages to drop a great nade on top of it. GK using the opportunities that were provided off the push from Gen G. But now 17 is flanking back behind Salute. Looks like they're trying to get involved.
And 17 was just trying to survive just moments ago. They were pinned down on the outside of the circle, and now they have found their moment to come in. Anyone's Legend looked like they were wanting to creep over there and see if they could take GK by surprise, but they get forced off by shots from 17. Bean will get the res onto Soul. Salute doing the most over here to prevent GK from crashing onto his teammates, but the north side has turned into absolute anarchy.
Everybody that's in the top trying to hunt for first is realizing where the opportunity set in front of them. GK backs up against the safe wall right now. Have to be cautious. They are just clustered around. Nades rolling down all around them. Gen G, close range, right on top of them. 2 different angles. Salute still moving to try to backstab. It's going to be Park Pro trying to hold him back. He gets vision, gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock. Park Pro gonna pop up yet again. Does manage to take down Salute. So now Gen G can focus in, and GK reads it perfectly. Soul now the last one up. Anyone's Legend moving aggressive, and 17 using the distraction to move for the circle.
Landmines everywhere here on the north side as Korean teams have dug themselves in deep, but the grenades are coming in from Anyone's Legend. They're sailing just a little bit too far though. That one might be perfect. Oh, it's gonna bounce just a little bit too far. EJ stays alive. Songjang will find his way in just on the inside of the circle as they will try to regroup. They will have to move here, but they know that they have that last player from Gen G that they have to get rid of.
GK now in first place, tied up with the Falcons. It's going to be Soul holding gatekeeping, then 17 one side, Anyone's Legend the other. E-Arena, who's just been farming with mortars. Soul taking damage. Got to hold this angle as tight as he can. Panzerfaust's going to be set up, using it to break apart the vehicles. Great shot. Songjong uses it, creeps forward, but he still has to get into the circle. 95 points, getting break away from Falcon.
Songjang parting the seas like Moses to open up an opportunity there to take down Salute, and his team was ready for it. 5 kills now for GK. Firm control of first place as they have a 2-point lead on Falcons. Can they regroup now though? 3 alive. E-Arena is in a great position, and Anyone's Legend still could cause problems for either of these teams.
Eyes back onto the circle. E-Arena is playing the lower section of the hillside. That's given them a bit more of the circle under control. So if this pops back down south, it is going to be more of the valley approach. If it stays to the north, though, Anyone's Legend's got so much control at the top of this ridgeline, as well as keeping eye on what's going on with GK. It's going to be about timing again, timing about how these firefights break out and where we see GK go. If GK leans more into this like ridge where they're going to try to use the road, that's going to be a little Ghost still alive over there, and maybe a firefight with E-Arena who's trying to defend that same ridge line. If they push the other side of it, that could be a game-winning potential play, but it's going to have to be against an entrenched Anyone's Legend that have dug themselves down into those landmine positions and waiting for GK to just walk right on top of them.
If they push this way, if they push into Anyone's Legend, it is almost certain death. That is so difficult to dig out, as Anyone's Legend still has a lot of grenades left. They'll send them on over. Will they find the mark? They might have been better off running into them instead of trying to retreat, as Delwyn will spot them out on the edge. Will find the knock on a Songjang, and now it's just down to EJ and Park Pro. The grenade's going to land perfectly for Delwyn right on top of EJ's foxhole, and now it's just down to Park Pro for GK.
Everything works out according to the plan that Anyone's Legend has set. That is going to be GK getting eliminated, just a few points ahead of the Falcons. No big cut lines yet, but we drop down into 6th, 7th, and 11th place respectively. Good old little Ghost just trying to cling to life over here has to deal with E-Arena as the circles pop. Moved pretty 50-50, but that does mean that the center dot is going to be on the high ground where Anyone's Legend's going to have more control.
It's great control here from E-Arena, and looks like they might have been able to pick off Destroy. I think Pathampong has an idea of exactly where this guy is, and you can see the rest of the arena all looking over in this direction. I think they're all thinking, if we can get this one guy down and turn this into a 4v2, our chances become a lot better at getting the win here. Anyone's Legend, meanwhile, they have been on a rampage on this western side. 6 kills so far, and you can see how dug in they are. Beautiful positioning coming out from them in those foxholes. Let's see if E-Arena reveals themselves or just comes across at the wrong time. Anyone's Legend will be ready to pounce.
Hymas going to be the northern side, lined up against Opons. Pathampong down to the south against Destroy. You can see the vision that Anyone's Legend has, as Destroy is going to be inside the circle just barely down here. It's a vision galore for Anyone's Legend. And E-Arena, while they do have the man advantage, they're going to be walking in areas where they don't know exactly where everybody's set, but they can make a lot of assumptions. They can figure out pretty much where Destroy is, but the other sections of it could be a lot scarier to deal with.
And the thing for Destroy is he doesn't even have to move right now. He just has to be a distraction. And he is doing that very, very well. You can see how much E-Arena is just looking over in that direction, just don't want to reveal themselves to him. Or if he peeks up, they'll take him down immediately. But it's causing them to really kind of slow their push down. And I don't think they have a really good idea of exactly where Hymas or Delwyn could be. And all of them really just dug in here. But the problem for Anyone's Legend now is that they're dug in, but they're dug in closer to the edge of the zone. And this circle's going to start moving here pretty soon.
Smoke's coming out. It's just been an unsettling set of nerves that have held off any form of movement so far. E-Arena now getting more of this information, starting to just try to use the Molotovs, crash them onto the tree so that way it'll fall down below, catch anybody on fire down below it. It's all about the focus leading into Destroy right now. He's eating so much of the aggression, but Hymas, Delwyn, they can't really push this ridgeline just quite yet. They don't want to go loud. They don't want to reveal their position. It's all about the stealth, so nades now starting to rain down. Good beat into Delwyn, get some damage, but doesn't get the knocks. And instead, it provides a new cubby hole, and Hymas is just going to run up and take the blue zone, forcing everybody slowly and steadily closer and closer into that center dot. And it feels like all the control that Anyone's Legend had is starting to be negated by the vision and utility coming up from E-Arena.
I think E-Arena may have been a little bit too early with this utility. If they would have waited just a few seconds more, they would have had Anyone's Legend with the blue right on their backs, but now they can kind of wait this one out. Larix will take a few shots in. He does have one more Molotov that can throw that way, but Anyone's Legend will get together. Delwyn's going to go down to the blue. Destroy's just going to run out into the zone. Hymas, the last player left alive. I think they might just be donating this over, as he is the last one alive in the blue with a little bit of utility left. They're just going to give this one over to E-Arena, and E-Arena will gladly take it, as they will get a big win here to start off the final day of play.
I mean, it felt like some of them were like, okay, let's make the smart call. Let's just give this over to the blue. And Hymas is like, no, I can still kill them all. Let me go. Let the dog off the leash. Let's go ahead and let Avenger and Toffees back off the leash. Welcome back, guys.
I'll tell you what Hymas said. He said, I've got some Molotovs and I need more damage for that MVP race. They're very close to me. And I don't know if we're going to make endgame. So he just stood there and threw out as much utility as he could to rack up those numbers. And I respect it. E-Arena gets the win. And I think this is going to climb them up at least 4 spots in the leaderboard, which I'm pretty impressed with, Martin. I don't know if I'm going to say they can make a run yet, but still, what a great way to start.
Yeah, from 14 to 10 still doesn't sound that impressive, does it? But I gotta say, if they have a miracle run and everyone else, never mind, it's not possible. They're not gonna catch up.
Hey, I think Anyone's Legend might have also been thinking that when they saw that E-Arena. They're saying, like, who's that? Oh, it's E-Arena. Where are they on the leaderboard? Oh, yeah, okay, let's just donate that over. That's fine.
You know, you bring up the leaderboard. This is as we finished watching it just there was this absolute chaos fight where Falcons revealed themselves on the mat matchroom, and everybody who was in the contest, T1, Myth, Genji, they were like, okay, time to fight them, and they all charged over.
I mean, Falcons took an approach that was already held down by so many of the people that they were kind of competing against. Mm-hmm. Everybody just wanted to get a third party into it, and I feel bad for Twisted Minds, man. Twisted Minds and Gam on that ridge line with their little, you just gotta be like, cool, what else can you do? Mortars from like 300 meters away.
It was almost worse though, because Poro greeted them with I think his exact words were, a rare late game appearance by Twisted Minds, and then they got nuked like right off the map
And then everyone threw
instantaneously.
Pokeballs at them.
Right? Tough run for them. I'll tell you who had a great run this time and was probably laughing that entire mid game, Martin. That was Geekay. Like, laughs in Geekay as they got to watch everyone else die while they just picked up extra points.
Yeah, another top 4 finish for Geekay. Another great performance from them. And also, that shifts the focus. Everyone, I remember in that Shanghai studio, you go out to the big hallway, there's a massive leaderboard. Everyone is watching that. And even though Irina did get 17 points here in a great win for them, Oppon's not getting any kills. That's a very rare occurrence when Irina wins games. He usually is in there. But 0 damage taken from 2 really is the telltale for Irina, how their approach was into this circle.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was fighting on that south side, and they just sort of controlled the hill and didn't have to get involved at all, man. It really worked in their favor, and then they came in and closed it out, and that's what you need. It's just a shame that it happened so late in the event.
Yeah, everybody was trying to fight for the high ground because the arena had the low ground pretty much under control. They were using the other hillside more to the south and just keeping it firmly locked down, not letting anybody go through there. That's why we saw what was Twisted Minds, everybody else kind of jump across that valley. It was E-Arena's position that was so strong, so they just got to walk in near on for free and knew everybody was going to be fighting at the top of the hillside.
Dylan got that judgmental teacher look. Yeah, he's like judging me.
What did you just say?
Right?
Do you have
6
enough
kills
candy for the class?
514 damage, and he's saying, "What? You guys are always focusing on him." I said, "Look at me, look at me." As Delwyn does come out, great MVP of the match. E-Arena wins on the overall leaderboard, 17 points. Anyone's Legends gets 12, but the real thing here is Geekay walks away with 9, while their nearest competitors were not able to do the same thing. What's up, Martin?
Nah, it's just a big chunk of points. They're very spread out towards that top 10. Like, even on 10th place, 4 points, sure, the bottom is lower, but it's very spread out. And also, I gotta say, Delvin has to come in and really lift the heavyweight, because after 10 games, he only had 4 kills, so he put 150% on top of that. And Geekay now, toughies, on top.
Yep. On top, and as you said, that big leaderboard in the lobby, Poro, yesterday there was a point where the Falcons are almost, I think, 20 points ahead of everyone. And to see Geekay take over that top spot's got to be pretty wild when they walk back to their little green room, meeting room, whatever you call those things.
Yeah, whatever you call it. It's definitely going to be a kick in the shorts for him for sure. But like we were saying at the beginning of this game, we're gonna find out what Geekay's made out of. They've had a really, really good run this circuit that they just haven't really been getting rewarded for. And now we're going to see what they do, that they're in first place and they're trying to hold off the teams that are chasing them. Again, it's a lot easier to be the team that's chasing than to be the one that's holding off the attacking teams.
I just feel so bad for Twisted Minds right now because, I know how they do this. The cameraman sets a shot, the teams that they go over one by one, and they always start with Twisted Minds because Twisted Minds, historically, has been one of the greatest teams in the world. And here we stand, Martin, with them showing every time, and Batulin looks so stressed. It's very sad.
Yeah, I don't want to harg on it too much. We've already been in there, but 48 points for them, sure. 15-point win could put them in the top 8, and that's probably what they're looking for. That's the realistic. That's also what we heard from them at Esports World Cup when they were asking, "Oh, what do you think? Who's going to win?" And they're like, he was very real about it. We're not looking for a top 4, top 5 here. That's what we're like. It was possible. VP's probably going to win, right? So his ambitions is definitely to win, but realistically, he knows what to aim for.
Gen G, another team that's looked pretty good, though D has been a bit of a wild card, Matchroom.
Well, it's interesting the way that we see this all kind of stack. Oh, man, Gen G was such a great deep dive to go into. But no, we've got to get ready for the next game.
All right, fine. I'll bring you back for that in a little while. It is time for game number 2 of our third day. Game 12 overall as we play 15 to crown a champion here at PGS 9. This is the dusty dunes of Miramar where anything can happen and games can go very late because there's cover, there's transitions, and there's difficulty. All right, let's get into it. It's going to be me and Martin with the call. Avenger, the plane is in the air. I'm looking for a fair path and a brutal shift.
Absolutely. Starting from west, going towards the east here. El Paso and Picado is just in the middle, just over Power Grid as well. And a lot of these teams are looking for it. This is basically your last chance if you're in that kind of lower to mid pack to have a big game to be able to get into that chase towards podium, towards top 5, because there's so much PGS points on the line. If you get 8th place, Toffees. It is 36 points. It is more than what a win would have gotten you in PGS 1, 2, 4, and 5. It's crazy.
Wow.
And that's really what all the teams are looking for.
You're looking for that. You're looking for good play. And of course, you are looking to make those moves, I think, very early in this game. We saw that yesterday in Miramar, sort of that move down to Resort. The teams who were in place early seem to do very, very well, as the crosses have been difficult. Now, it is a great playing path. Should be wide open for everybody once this circle pops up. No real big early game contest, but I think that is okay. Great circle, huge, right up there, north middle, lots of options for everyone. But I think the thing that I stand out to me the most, Martin, when I think about these games over the last couple of weeks, is that the final match on Erangel, every time has been an absolute disaster of a circle. And I just, at this point, as a team, could not count on that last game ever. I know we normally don't, but because of the chaos of how we've seen these Erangels play out, I would be planning on having my tournament locked up by the next game, like this third or fourth match, because that last one is going to be absolutely nuts, especially with the middle pack. And like you said, 8th place with as many PGS points as they have. These teams are going to be playing very, very tight PUBG, which makes rotations incredibly difficult if you're in the top 3 and you're searching for those points needed to win.
Absolutely. And where the circle is currently, there are so many teams locking up already really valuable space. Most importantly, Falcons is close, GK is close, and then 4AM smack bang in the middle. And if it wouldn't be something interesting, is when you have a team that's this far behind, they're going to throw everything at you, 4AM, if they get an engagement, right? And that's one of the scary parts from a team like GK and Falcons that's currently the race for the win, is you don't want to be going against a team that has not as much to lose as you do.
And you talk about teams that are from behind and are trying to close the gap, and they tried as hard as they could in the last game. It was E-Arena, the White Rabbits, past champions, PGS 7. Let's check in with them. We have a quick interview with Nurens.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Nurens with here. Let's say hello to Nurens. Hello. What's it feel like after the first winner chicken dinner? 他的第一局吃鸡之后心情怎么样？
ก็อย่างแรกคือรู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าเราแก้กันมาด้วยครับแล้วก็เปิดมาเกมแรกเราทำได้ก็รู้สึกว่าความมั่นใจเรายิ่งเยอะขึ้นเลยครับ
他们很开心然后其实后面也改过很多玩的方法所以今天第一场成绩就非常开心
And Nurens said we feel really happy with the chicken dinner, and we changed a lot of our playstyle, and it looks like working really well. So we're feel really happy. Will like Nurens change their like target with the chicken dinner? 他们会因为吃这一鸡之后改变他的目标吗？他的目标是什么样的？
งั้นเป้าหมายต่อไปของเราคืออะไรคะ
คิดว่าสำหรับวันนี้จะพยายามจบท็อป 5ได้ครับ
今天可能就是希望能在前5的
Oh, all right. Nari said we are looking forward to advancing to top 5 place. It's the EA's targets right now. Thank you for taking the interview. Thank you for taking your time. See you in games. Bye-bye.
Our goal is to make the top 5, and we've made changes. I wish they would tell us what the changes they made were, Martin, because I want to know. Sure. They always say that they're like, we've made changes since yesterday. I'm like, just tell me what it is. The games have already started. Now we jump over to Delwyn as he hides behind a rock, and Petrichor hides behind a car. This is the current meta in a nutshell.
Yeah, looking at Team Liquid losing a player, Twisted Minds taking that early on is obviously kind of crucial for them. Also, I would say anyone outside the top 5 is looking for top 5. What is realistic? Yeah. Arena after that win, sure, top 5 is 19 points away. You need to win another game to be close to top 5. And then you just have 3 more games to go. That's really valuable here. And back to Delvin, our last man of the match here. 6 kills for him is huge. Now, Arena driving close to Luke. That's a 3-man rotation with Pathampong being a little bit further behind. Oh, they saw it. Oh, okay. So they know that there's a player here. Potentially, they're looking around. It doesn't look like they know it at all. They have not been looking. This is a little bit of a usual spot, especially because it's very important. And with how Luke is, I thought he's actually going to have a secret key. It doesn't look like it. Maybe one of the other guys have it.
Yeah, he's like defending it for the future secret users. I do love the interview. I love you said he brought up the realism of the goal to be top 5. I kind of wonder if we had interviewed them earlier if it would have been goal was top 8. So he does have it.
What's
he was
in the guitar?
Go by.
What's in the guitar? Oh, it's an M249. No critical, unfortunately.
Bum bum bum. Put a pickaxe, you know? That's late game. When they win because of that
full
pickaxe,
well.
we're going to say. Exactly. So he comes in here. He was definitely waiting until they drove off so he wouldn't give it away that he had a key. I think if they had heard him shoot out the door and known there was a man with a key about to go down there by himself, it would have been the easiest stop down of E-Arena's life.
Yeah, if you hear people when you're close to this, you go and hide the key around the corner. Like, you don't want anyone to get your free key if they're doing a drive-by. So it's really unfortunate that even though he had a car there, they didn't turn around and look at him at all here, excuse me. Now Falcons, they have maintained control of kind of valuable terrain here. They have one of the high ground spots that's kind of outside the city. Then they still have control inside the city, excuse me.
That's a big brain of you. Hiding the key. I haven't thought to do things like that to people since the game came out. Like I used to hide all the red dots and scopes, but hiding the key so they can't have it is nice. I'll bet you drop loot when you're knocked and your team's losing. I'll bet you crawl around throwing stuff in the bushes so nobody can get your utility.
That's just annoying, but like in a tournament perspective, you don't want to give anyone full free gear, right? You want to get a potential. It's like more than what's valuable to a crate. And if they don't have it, if they're not coming to him, they don't have one, and then they're not getting that free point. So yeah, really get away and drop that off somewhere safe so the other guys can later come and pick up your chip and get that gear from that secret rooms. I love it. It's a fun addition because they're so spread out and there's not that many on kind of more around the central spot around the map. So you have to get really valuable. Oh, Ian goes down here to Wenbo though at 17. Is taking a fight with T1, and T1 is currently 3rd place. Everyone's chasing them down.
So T1 is 3rd place, but we have a special guest in the chat who's 1st place in our heart. It's James Kylaris, who just had a birthday. So if you guys all would send him messages, either here or on Twitter or just in chat, happy birthday, James. We love you. Enjoy your 40s.
Yeah, congrats. Pushing 50 now. The real Onk in chat. And yeah, I understand you're throwing slide at him.
I think he's going to enjoy being 60 years old. It's going to be a good decade.
Yeah, it's fantastic actually. And also when you're getting 70, you can almost retire at this point, right? He's an actual whale, an actual retiree almost in terms of esports years, because esports years are 4 times as fast. And he's been working, for 15, 60 years now.
I think if he was a whale, he'd be a narwhal. A narwhal.
One of those.
A unicorn of a whale. All right, here comes Twisted Minds. Rotation underway. Let's take a look at engagement probability. Why did I get serious right now? Shift is going to go down towards Soup. They'll be pretty happy about that, but anyone's legend also inside the circle. Oh my!
That's a crazy shift here, Toffees. For this to go this far south, you have this compound that's really valuable in the middle with the concrete and the warehouses. But then around that, there's a lot of space in between it. So having that high ground is extremely valuable. Let's see how that works. And again, taking the longhouse here for the Gam, the Expendables is really crucial. DN Supers is setting up shop. It's a 2-2 split. They're actually even going for 3-1 split, it looks like. So a little bit weird here for DN Supers. But then again, on 13th place, you're going to have to make big bets.
Yep, and I think that this is as game 12 as it gets. A lot of our teams in that rush pack being very careful, very methodical about their rotations. Geek, team in the front right now, going to take some fire as they transition. They're hoping not to get knocked because they don't want anybody to know who it is that's making this stab towards the middle. But right now, Geek is able to lock up in a decent spot. This is a position that says we are good with placement when you look at it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that approach is for them. Oh, Team Liquid, E-Arena here. We saw them drive close to each other earlier. They were drawing from the close distance here. Luke now with M4. 6 shots. E-Arena continues. Kind of tumbles down the edges here. They've been spread out. Lyrics is low. Can they maybe catch 1 or 2 here? More shots. Maybe try to pop a tire here. Oh, that's close. A lot of damage done to the car, but no tires popped on Nurns.
These guys are Liquid and EA about to start a fire with how many times they've rubbed up against each other here on the pass, and not one casualty yet, as Liquid does see EA ride off into the distance. Meanwhile, Gustav lays down in some smoke to try to save himself. The rest of the team going to come in, give a little screening as you see Twisted Minds crossing fire with them. Kickstart's got a burn on pass. Gustav might actually be able to get up here and do some real damage. No kick.
Oh, Lou finds kick. Now takes shot towards Twisted. Shots and third parties are coming in from all the way around here. Hasi and a highly contested. Gustav goes down as well. 4am, the third party. And now Alpha Gaming looking to get the flushes here. Gets Tiggleton down as well. It's falling apart for Falcons.
Falcons is in trouble. Twisted Minds, their crosstown rival, is going to show up here, also falling apart, but a lot less to lose on the side of the big brains. You see the nade come out, and here it goes. Shrimpy's going to turn this corner with a good bounce on the flash. Flashes himself, though, has to fall back. He's got the M249. He can just pray and spray if he needs to, but other grenades about to come in through that side door. Could absolutely cook him as he wants to go ahead. Kickstart going to get knocked, leaving Shrimzy to try to figure something out.
A little bit rough for Shrimzy now. Can he turn it around? Oh, 38 damage here. Chases gets one. A free point here potentially onto Twisted Minds, and Shrimzy half HP might be able to get another res. First hit comes in. APG is on the chase here. It's always the APAC team softies that's coming in for these aggressive third parties. And the shift is coming towards them. So unfortunate. If they hadn't lost 2 players here, this would have been a top 4 game easily.
Yep, these APAC teams are true alphas as they charge in face first, unwilling to risk not getting these points. You see the res coming out from the Falcons, so Shrimzy does get Kickstart back up. He's going to use some mollies to try to slow progression. Nade in Kickstart's pocket, able to live. He's out on the other side, so he's going to be fine and up into the high ground. Shrimzy's got that M249, but APG looks unhappy and mean right now. Like, they're coming aggressive. Example. Please don't kill Shrimzy. Oh, he went for Shrimzy. He missed the shot, though, and now they're both going to be essentially defending together against this APG push.
Oh, this is rough, man. 2 from Falcons, though. They can delay. They can turtle a little bit here. Examples on an immense amount of pressure. Nades are coming in both sides. Blue zones to absolutely wreck that building. He's going to have to go to the left and try to get into this 1-star here.
Gonna hold in this position. Falcons needs to survive as ZK is in 4 strong. Will continue to gain points. T1 actually slides just past them once they see the kill feed. Would love to pick off a few as they are also knocking on the Falcons' door at the top of this leaderboard. Petrichor and Myth gonna bump up against each other. Myth gets to drive on by. Petrichor's not interested in taking that fight, and Myth will stop down just under them within striking range of the Falcons' fight.
This is rough, man. But again, you could agree to share here, Toffees. Like, you could just say, all right, see what happens. I like this flare here. It could have hit some. Would have been fun if it hit someone APG on the backside here, but that's going to be an easy vault onto the roof as well.
Yeah. Easy onto the roof. If it had stuck, that would have been great. All right, Kickstart's got an Uzi out. He swapped to the close range perfection, bro. He's like, we're indoors.
I love it when you laugh at your own jokes. It's the best. APG here, though, for 4 versus 2 versus 1. Twisted Minds Falcons just really trying to get the most of it, but Tycoon going in with a Panther. They're clearing this house now, Toughies. This is going to be a really rough situation for them. Simon throws a nade, and that's a great nade onto Kickstart. Now Shrimzy is left alone on this door. Oh, it's a Panzer. He's going to take him down.
They send the man with the level 3 gear and a Panzer through the door. There's nothing you can do to stop him. Even with that spray, he only drops down to 31, gets the flick, takes him out, and now has a new weapon to replace that Panzerfaust. Well done, Tycon. I can't believe he flashed himself.
That's how it goes. That's really how it lays down. And now with example left to this, if this next shift comes towards this small little building south of Hacienda, it's really going to be heartbreak for Falcons. Being in a position where you could really get points, but then getting completely ripped apart by so many teams and an APG third party. Another classic. Let's see where it goes.
They do love doing this. Circle's going to go north right now, and they would have still been living inside of it. T1 in a pretty decent spot, but the real story here is Geeke up in that northeast position is locked up, self-protected, and I think in a place where they can keep pushing this lead even farther out. Their nearest competitors are all tied up. T1 gets some points here as Petrichor comes through, maybe.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. T1 finds all of it. Toffees. Easy peasy for T1, and this puts them just a little bit further ahead. Oh, Example finds one. Can he find another one? Most likely not. Third party comes in. Tycon takes him down. APG on 7. They're rising so quickly here. If they have a big day, they could take a podium.
Yeah, APG on a big push right now. They took out 2 of the best teams in the West, one after another on a good quality crash. And now they've got a compound that is in the circle and is going to be difficult to assail. Lots of cover around there. You can see the tracers coming from the high ground as Team Liquid takes shot at 17, but this is a very, there's one. It's a very long shot. 18 damage when you do finally manage to connect is not a great amount. It's a lot of bullets.
It is. Oh, no. With the Liquid coming in from this western high ground here, they're going to have to backfill the position of Gen G, Xiao 17. These guys are sending it in towards and kind of edge towards mid and E arena, trying to make space, trying to make something happen here. Potential not coming their way, and it's not even close to the end of it. It's just in the middle of E arena and mid here, and a lot has been spent now. Beamy finds Scabby because VP is still alive. They also have to come into the same edge and side that 17 is coming in, and we saw yesterday what happens when 17 and VP comes in off to the same edges. They have to fight, and they have the third party.
Shots from the high ground. I kind of wonder if 17 was trying to knock people out or soften up a spot for them to send to. Opons is going to take a shot from Duckmy. APG doesn't want to stop. They're just putting damage on all of the teams here. Nice nade comes out, and it looks like Lil Ghost is going to go ahead and open with that Panzerfaust. So the help from Duckmy makes this push from 17 much easier until Duckmy turns it around and says, I'll bomb you too.
Yeah, absolutely. More shots. Oh, Mortar. That's actually creating a lot of playable space here, but Duckmy finds a flush and a knock onto Lil Ghost, and a flush again. Duckmy is absolutely insane. I wonder if he's using trigonometry or a headset cable.
You know, it's hard to say. I kind of wish they would have showed us their face, or you know, the face cam while they were doing it, because those were great shots. I do see a chord on his keyboard, so maybe, who knows, hard to say. As they did go ahead and get some beautiful knocks there. Alpha Game going to keep coming forward. Liquid on the drive-by as they spray a couple more, but here comes VP on mid. They'd like to get a few extra kills as well. Their spot and leaderboard is not acceptable for them. They want to have a good day today.
Yeah, they have to step up here. 15th place is just unreal that after just one Esports World Cup, and now their approach might be slightly different. Cowboy goes down as APG is really defending their southern side, and oh my god, it's a southwest or western shift in this one here, holding in APG's house, holding in the whole compound, and Hacienda. This is going to be an absolutely fiesta with all these riches outside Hacienda. That's very playable for all these teams.
All right, we go over to Team Liquid, who's trying their best to hold up against a angry APG that was, or sorry, Gen G just above them. We got VP trying to flee. I don't even know what they do here. Are we safe to listen for their comms? Do we think we have a second for that? What do you think, Avenger? Comms?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. VP comms. Let's see what they got going on.
Needs to be orange, I think. Let's double nade orange. Let's double nade orange. Can you nade orange? I don't have. Yeah, double nade orange. Can you nade orange? I don't have. Yeah, come.
I'm coming.
Come.
Let's go.
Ready. We pull up now with the car.
Let's go.
We need to go 3 men after. Let's go on the car. Drexy.
Let's go. Yeah. I'm all inside.
We just pull up on him.
One active.
Let's go orange.
Don't stop at same spot if he's gonna nade us.
He literally could be anywhere. I'm looking for nades fast.
17 still south of us. 17 still south of us.
Guys, listen. I think cross coming across, okay? They're moving past now. I can't say exactly what they're doing.
17 is on orange, close. What the
fuck? Going along road, guys. Going along road, maybe on you.
What?
Never mind. Crossroad. Come
on, guys. Yes, orange 17 still, boys.
Yeah, they're crushing cup on.
I'll tell you what, 15th place VP comms are very different than first place VP comms.
That's a lot of crucial information going on as well when you have both Myth has one player alive and 17 has in between you. But now Nixie stops and opens up here, gets points and damage done here. Lucarux finds Wenbo, still one player from 17 alive, and Lucarux is trying to clear it out. They know where he is, and they still got Jacob kind of laying down low close to him, trying to maybe survive a little bit or get a knock on one of them. I'm not sure that they are even aware that Myth is one player alive left on this side here. They're trying to move cars, trying to get into a better spot, and trying to third-party this push that DNS and APG is having right now. Wangif opens up on GK. Our first-place team is down to one toughies.
Well done, Expendables. They say he as he does everything he can to keep us as close as possible. GK down to just one player. Got 4AM getting some kills, not with nades, but here comes that Myth attack from behind. He overshot Lucarux. Luca left alone, turns around and says, guys, there's still someone here.
Oh, Luca finds him. That's huge, Softies. Luca has 4 kills now with a car. Its back tires are popped. He's going to have to run in the open here. Maybe get some smokes, get some util, help him out. Now T1 is opening up towards VP, it looks like. And the compound here that's close to them, they're going to have to spread out and get low. Beamy is digging out right now, but these mortars could strike and could do a lot of damage to VP.
Yep, we saw that face cam, not using it. He did this the old-fashioned way with a little heatheronometry as he goes ahead and gets that knock there on Beamy. So a good shot to open the door. VP, after stopping the Myth backstab, has to go and save this man because the mortars are pouring in.
Yeah, and so many are getting close. T1 has to get out and has to kind of move. Ian is pushed and knocked close to them. T1 is delaying this, but trying to get mortars. They want to get the spot that VP is in, but they're really far outside. They're going to have to fight for this edge here, and VP's trying to hold on to this. Could be a good one. Does some damage. It does not. It's going to actually be a little bit further away. Easy res here for VP. They're going to have to try to dig some save space, but now, oh my god, T1 is pushing onto GT toughies.
Let him do it. Let him do it. Nixie's taking some shots and missing, which is a shock in and of itself. As VP digs in, they got to watch out for Soup just over the side with the Alpha guys still in that same compound they battled for so viciously earlier. Kirexi watching where that happened. That was where Falcons and Twisted Minds both got eliminated by a really aggressive Alpha.
This is a difficult push here. They're trying to maybe clear up some of the points on DNS, while APG is also trying to clear DNS themselves. Guman finds one, potentially. He gets one, but and it's going to get knocked down. Shen finds Nixie. Meanwhile, APG got all of DNS. 15 kills with 26 alive, Toughies. What is going on for APG? They're into the top 5.
I mean, that's we've talked about the Tycon turn on for years, and this is where we're at right now. As he leads his team with 6 kills, they've moved into 5th place and are actually in striking distance of 4th. I don't want to say that they can go crazy and get into the top 3, but honest to God, if they pull off a win here, podium is possible with the way that these guys have been playing. Like, this isn't catching circles. They've been aggressive. They've third-partied. They've looked for fights, and they've pulled out defensive positions. Like, they are playing this for the win, and I love it.
Beamy finds type here, and now all the mortars keep raining in again. Once again, Simon T finds Nixie. Defensive mortars to get VP off the ridges that APG is about to be pushing in on. A quick res onto VP could open this kind of push in here. Lukaruk goes low as Tycon's holding at this ridge a little bit.
You know, both of these teams outside the circle, a bit of a recovery point system here. Looks like Luka's going to fall back and jump in the car. T1 eliminated elsewhere on the map, which opens up the top 3. Top 3 dead. Gen G's got 4, and APG is on the climb. Simon gets a good peek, but it's not enough as 4AM gets a knock with a bullet, not a nade, because that's what they specialize in. Shen from the distance.
Tycon Pau now down to a 2-man here. VP has this ridge and the edge inside. They could survive. Pau finds Corexi. That's a big opening. And VP now trying to have this ridge on the side where GT, as anyone Legends, is fighting. GT is in the bowl in between. Oh my god, this is a rough push for all these teams in the southeast. Toughies. Only 4AM is inside the real hacienda, and Gen G's holding the longhouse.
Dude, Gen G's living the dream over there. They saw the top 3 teams go out. They can, if they just play this well for placement and points, easily get up into the 90s to make this a big 4-horse race at the top. The question is, what can APG do as they continue to put points on the board? They're down to 2 players. The fight with VP has been anything but simple, because this fight here, they're out of utility. This is about gun skill, and you don't want to go up against Nixie and Lukarux when it comes to peeking.
Well, smokes for Tycon still. They've got this ridge inside the zone, Toughies. It's very playable for them.
Yeah.
They start hitting some of the terrain here to make it a little bit more advantageous for them. And with 3 again, Tycon and 6 kills already, that's a very scary prospect for anyone going up against them.
Absolutely. Beamy had a Lynx, I think, in his pocket, if I just saw that correctly. Yes, he does. As he comes forward. Nade's just going to miss the entry for GTE. He's going to take a little bit of a look here. First bullet, gone with nothing to show for it. He's going to save that last one for just a minute later.
92 damage. Yeah, 92 damage. Hit him in the foot of the leg. It does not do enough to anyone's Legends, and they have to move into this ridge here, but 4AM keeps poking them in this direction. Team Liquid laying low in the lower ball and canyon that's just above them. And Gen G is holding on to this house inside the circle. 4AM aggressively pushing anyone's Legend towards GTE.
And it looks like they will be coming in this direction. A lot of smoke's going to get deployed. Duck Juice getting ready to jump up and get involved here. As you can see, the AL boys coming down the hill. Clories gets the knock on Destroy. This should open the door for Duck Juice to get involved. He's going to stand up, opens the spray, gets the knock. Anyone's Legend is eliminated just like that. That was sick.
Absolutely. And now, great Nate Beamy. Actually get Clories down here. GTE under so much pressure. Spaceman finds Clories for the flush. Beamy goes down as well for Tanwu. Tanwu holding on to this little shack is so crucial. He's getting a lot of damage done and holding off VP from this push.
At this point, though, APG is now in the point, is now getting position points. So every placement they get now is going to start to grind them up the leaderboard a little bit more. Gen.G has done nothing, not moved, they've shot twice as I've been looking for tracers here because they don't need to. They're in such a good spot. They can just grind this one out, get a top 3 if the circle works in their favor, and join those top 3 at the top of the leaderboard. So I'm pretty excited about seeing what they can pull off. Meanwhile, Nixie and the VP boys have worked so hard to get to this point, and they just cannot seem to make that next leapfrog.
Oh, 4AM, man. They're so smart. Oh, gets a lot of damage done here now, and Pretty Curdy actually got some nades. Great nade from Luke 12 as well. Finds Spaceman, and now more is going to rain in. And Pretty Curdy's going to help as well. They need to get a little bit closer to this one here. Now with the nades raining in, damage done here. They've got these 2 small dips that they can play. Purdy continuing to throw here. More nades is coming in and getting thrown towards anyone's legends here. It's getting close. GTE. Doc Juice taking so much damage from it, down to half. Tan was trying to fend them off.
Luke Rooks looks like he's ready to start the lead. Nixie with his super peaks going to be up here on the Dorito as he slides around to the left side. They're keeping their head low so they don't get picked off. Luke Rooks has to be aware of APG as well, off to the left side. They've both been moving in at the exact same pace ever since the fight over at the compound. But here comes 4AM. They want to take the fight to Luke 12. They throw a bunch of nades, but he's in and out of the hole and able to survive in his little ghillie suit. Goes ahead and puts the heal on. Another overshot on the grenade. The heal actually counted that, but the fourth grenade is the fix as Spaceman manages to get the knock on Luke, but I don't think he knows that Purdy is this close.
Purdy has a great dip here to play a perfect landmine position here. And 4AM is actually holding on to this space here. So much smoke has been deployed. Gen.G also has to activate. Their house only has a sliver inside this next circle here. And the center of the zone is just south of Team Liquid. He's not going to get a rest here. Gen.G's running out for a potential flush. A point going the way of Soul. An MP5 in hand. A rare moment for Soul to pick out the SMG.
Yep, you can tell 4AM is like, where is this guy? We threw so many grenades over there. I don't understand where Purdy could be. They don't want to push over the crest until they know more. Soul comes down, though. I like this little get out and get active from him, though there is no support. If Soul goes down here, the Gen.G just has to sort of watch and let him go, I think. Bold. He's getting the Doritos called in. He knows where the team's going to be going next.
Beamy 1 shot left here. Could be really important knock. Broken 3 vest. Almost broken 2 helmet. VP still alive as a full 4 here. And now them to push and hold on to the APG side here. This is important. Need to win this one now.
Virtus Pro digs in deep. I'm actually impressed with how deep Virtus Pro has managed to go with how tough these rotations have been for them early on. We saw them struggling to get past the circle. They've leapfrogged into a good spot on the edge, and they're going to keep digging their way forward. So they have a little bit of a trench to work through, a little drop-down cover, as it was Curexi, and he was born for the mines. Nixie going to go ahead and peek around the cactus, moves to the left side, heard some damage, thinks it's a chance to move on APG, and that is, they will be eliminated with a little bit of help from Gen.G, who has now got active. D gets the shot on Beanie, and Gen.G is out and ready to fight.
Yeah, now the circle's pushing everyone towards the middle, and everything's opening up. Nixie finds the loot here. That's a big knock. Shen steals it for the kill, though. VP out in 5th place. Now it's down to 4AM, Gen.G, and GT and Team Liquid. Expendables got a player as well. He's been found as well. Doc Juice. Can Purdy Curdy maybe just rat a little bit more? Smokes have been deployed. The smoke's gone directly onto him. He might be able to be a third-party factor.
That's incredible that he's managed to dodge these grenades, and because of it, they don't even know he's there. There's the double barrel. He hides. He's got the smoke. He's just waiting as he hears 4AM surrounding him. Second place is an option. They run past. The backstab's on the table. Soul still alive. Throws out some smoke. Wants to keep making the play. Shen gets Bean. D needs to make a move here. Him and Soul has become quite the 1-2 combo as they try to make this happen. They desperately need Purdy to get involved. Purdy does. He gets a knock on window with that Molotov. D gets Shen at the same time. 4AM now on the limp as they've only got 2 left. Liquid's eliminated, putting us on a 2v2. D and Soul up against the 4AMs who missed most of their grenades and now have to try to do this the old-fashioned way.
Now has to push up. Soul, D, can you make it happen here? Pushing forward. Soul finds one. Soul finds Itsameme. D now pushing the shield here. It's very rough for him, but he's opening up, and Spaceman gets one. It's a 1v1.
It's a 1v1 as Spaceman versus Soul. Soul goes to the left side. Spaceman with no health stands up, gets the spray. Gen.G makes it happen. They move into that top 4 very well with a win here. They got a circle. They got a push. And then they got a chicken dinner. Let's get Poro and Matchroom back in here. Poro, Gen.G got lucky, and then they got aggressive, and they earned the win at the end.
Oh my goodness, I think they're at first place now, boys. I think that's Gen.G hopping all the way up there because has obviously Falcons going out early, Geek going out with a 0-point game. We have a 3-way fight for first place right now, and you've got a couple of other teams that are also starting to get involved as Alpha Gaming. What was that? They go from 16th place with 0 points to 16 kills. What a turnaround.
Huge turnaround for them with a big come up there as they walk away with a big game. And I do think that it is going to be, 4 horses at the moment, and it could be more as these teams have come out to get what they can. Very impressed with their play. You can see Falcons frustrated. I think the fact that the top 3 teams went out so quickly at Matchroom, I believe is what made this sort of game turn into total chaos. Everyone saw the chance.
I mean, there was just this catastrophe down to the south where it was just a massacre over here. And of course, Alpha being the beneficiary, you can see on the mini map right there, they were just stacking the kills on everybody that was walking into this kill box that they had set up. And it was just terrible for everybody that was involved. So a lot of our our teams at the top of the leaderboard falling, while it is Alpha just finding everything that they need kill-wise and pouncing at the perfect opportunities. Gen G just chilling. You were wanting to talk about Gen G coming into this one. We didn't get a chance to do it. We didn't need to. They just showed you exactly what they're so great about. As Soul going for a peek onto Spaceman, who's such a great player, who has a shield, and still outduel him for the win.
You know, D tries to win with the cactus, but I think really the win condition for Gen G here was the sneaky snake that was Purdy Curdy as he locked into that hole, Martin, and just came up at the right time.
He got in, got the Molotov going, got some damage done, got a third party. And yeah, sure, if the circle was a little bit further north, he might have been able to survive with that smoke on all the way until the end there. But Gen G came out and they struck them. 4am playing it smart, a little bit too aggressive maybe to put that shield up on the high ground, but I like the way that they approached it. The foldable shield has really been an impact here for it. Oh my god, Salute absolutely destroyed VP. I actually didn't see that angle until now.
You know what, 4am, when you come in 16th place on the day with only 32 points, I say make bold choices. Put that shield up on the top. See what you can come away with. Gen G got the win. Not lost on me. Soul used that time of D on the cactus to make a flank around and try to get behind him, and comes away with that final kill. So, from 0 kills and almost no activity going into the final 2 circles, Poro, to a really respectable kill count and a phenomenal chicken dinner.
It's very well played there at the end, and it is many different times that it could have gone sideways on them, but they held strong all the way to the finish. And honestly, I was surprised. I thought Spaceman, it looked like Spaceman didn't get the heal off in time before he had to get in that peak battle. So
he didn't.
A little bit lucky there for Gen G in the end, but they clutch it out. Big plays for them. And now, after having so many struggles, they are in first place, I think, overall. And that, that's your
has to be
there, isn't it?
Has
expected.
To be.
The Tycon turn on. I mean, okay, so while we'll get to Gen G and how cool it is that they're in first now, Alpha Gaming has moved up to 80 points. The second place team is 95, third is 94, fourth is 92. So that is one more game like they just did. And not only are they on podium, they're in contest for first after coming in with a bit of a write-off today. Matchroom, to see them here is impressive. It was a huge game, 17 points.
I mean, it's so crazy whenever you look at Alpha, because we talk about momentum and all this other stuff. Usually we talk about that through the day. Alpha is a team that's got momentum per round. And like Poro and I were talking about this. It's always just got to be the biggest game ever or absolutely nothing. But whenever they start stringing together a couple of those biggest game evers, if that's whatever we saw at EWC, they'll tear up that leaderboard, man.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Gen G does take over first place. Soul was calling it when they took the photos up to the top. First place, 100 points. Geek right behind them at 95. Falcons at 94. T1 at 92. It's now officially a 4-horse race with 3 games left to play. But do not write off Alpha, because we saw what they just did. They say we're still involved and have passed who was in second place yesterday when we started. Made in Thailand slides down to 76. So this is a wild top of the board as these teams both progress pretty gosh darn quickly. I mean, Poro, if it stays this solid all the way to the end, this could be one of the better finishes we've seen in PGS, period. And I thought last week was good.
I think when we were asking for closing thoughts yesterday, I said I think make sure you come back today, guys, and watch, because I feel like when we get to the end of the day, there could be 4 or 5, maybe even 6 teams that all have a shot at first place when we got one game remaining, and it is looking like that is going according to script right now. Even T1 managing to stay afloat, stay in the mix, and as you said, if Alpha can manage to string a little bit of momentum together, it's been very much a roller coaster for that squad. High highs, but very low lows. We'll see if they can actually find a way to string a couple more together here with 3 games left to play.
Geek's looked good. Gen G with first moves up to the top position, and so we're going to take a short break as the race has tightened up, and when we do, we're actually going to check in with Taggleton from the Falcons, which I am interested to hear as the last 2 games have been challenging for them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Taggleton from Falcons with us here. Do you experience to being aggressive? The lobbies being more aggressive today?
Yeah, because it's the last day of finals. Some teams have nothing to lose. So we just kind of need to let the other teams make mistakes in front of us. This game, we saw a position that shouldn't have been open, that kind of belongs to Twisted Minds, but they weren't playing it, so we tried to snipe it off them, and then they ended up just crashing us anyway. I think if they were playing normally and they weren't so tilted, maybe they wouldn't do that. But okay. I mean, also a mistake on our behalf. We should just be playing slow and letting the chaos unfold.
So is there your strategy for the remaining games?
Yeah, just chill. Because on day 1, we had 5 points in the first 2 games, and then we ended the day in first place with 3 bangers to round it off. We're still in second place. Like, Geek had a donut that game. Obviously, there's a lot of contenders. We just need to focus on ourselves, but I mean, we have it in us. Just need to, pick up the pace a bit.
Yeah, maybe a lot of things would happen in the last 3 games. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome, Keys and Larix. Welcome. Like you're both PGS champions before, and on day 1 of the grand final, both of our teams have found a way to win a chicken dinner. You both had a strong start to the grand finals and picked up the chicken dinner in day 1. Looking at the other team's performance, what impressed you the most?
ก็ของมิกก็มีช็อตเทโก้ครับที่ไปฆ่าฟอลคอนตอนจังหวะปิดเกมครับก็เป็นเกมสุดท้ายครับที่เอและยินไก่เป็นช็อตที่วงสุดท้ายแล้วที่ลงเข่าครับที่เขาลงเข่าได้เซฟแล้วก็เหลือผู้เล่นครบ4เพราะว่าจริงๆในวงสุดท้าย APG มันกินวงหมดแล้วครับแต่ เอาตัวรอดได้ดีก็เลยได้แชมป์มา
Let's talk about the region history, because you've competed against each other for years. What one thing you respect about each other?
ก็มีเป็นทีมไฟที่ดีครับแล้วก็ผู้เล่นทุกคนก็โหดกันทุกคนเลยครับแล้วก็เรื่องเข้าวงก็ดีแบบเจอทีมไหนอยู่ข้างหน้าก็ยิงประเดียวก็หาย EA เป็นทีมที่โฮโพซิชั่นได้ดีครับแล้วก็เล่นกับเกมหน้างานที่เขาเห็นได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็เล่นกับข้อผิดพลาดของแต่ละทีมได้ดีครับอย่างเช่นแบบว่าเขาเห็นข้อบกพร่องของทีมนี้เขาก็เลยไปจุดนั้นเพื่อไปทำลายข้อบกพร่องของเขาประมาณนั้นครับ
Thailand has produced so many strong teams and championship contenders over these years. What do you think makes Thai teams so competitive?
ที่คนไทยมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ก็เป็นเพราะความขยันของทีมไทยก็ได้ครับแล้วก็เราก็พัฒนามาเรื่อยจนเก่งมาสู้ระดับโลกได้
Okay, thank you, Kiss and Larix, because you have 2 champions in PGS tournaments and you have 2 chicken dinner in grand final day 1. So we're really looking for what Thailand team can do and the following competitions. So let's see you in games. Bye-bye.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We got next. We ready to flex. We're ready to rock. Give it all you got. We got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it. Must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
Welcome back to Shanghai, China, as the race heats up. There's 3 games left to play here at the PGS 9 Grand Finals, and all of a sudden there's 4 leads in it, separated by no more than 10 points and a desire to take the lion's share of $300,000. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Matchroom, and Avenger as we break down the action, and action-packed it has been, Matchroom. Non-stop, unexpected performances by teams like Alpha, and everyone seems to want this win desperately.
Oh, dude, you feel so bad if you're made in Thailand. You were so close. Everything was working together, and now you find yourself, 24 points away from first place after 2 games? That is just, now it's time for them to kick on, but we're going to have to see jumping into this next game. It is going to be spicy.
Let's go.
No time wasted. That means the players are chomping at the bit, and they know it's time to tango. They got their break in fast. They were back at their PCs, and they're ready to make a statement, to get the points, and to push into what is officially now the final circles here at PGS 9. Let's turn it over to your casters, the golden voices of Porosaurus and Matchroom.
3 games left, and it is all about trying to set the pace to get yourself to the end. Genji on top, GK back behind him, Falcons T1. The question looms, can Falcons manage to right what has been a little bit of a turning ship? Will they entirely capsize and let T1 surpass them, or will the Falcons finally be able to kick it on?
I've got another question as well. It feels like our APAC teams, our Thailand, our Vietnamese teams have been just slow playing. They've been sandbagging for the last couple of days, and you always felt like they were going to turn that switch on at some point. Is that going to be today? Is that going to be at the worst possible time for all of these teams that were fighting for the first place spot? Now these teams with reckless abandon are going into these maps, and they are taking every single fight, and they're finding success right now.
Realize that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are all Southeast Asia.
That's not who you want chasing you.
No, that's pretty scary. This is going to be a big pop-off potential for squads that we have been talking about a lot. Oh, the circle, though, it goes hard northeast. Myth in a great position. VP in a great position. Falcons, at least in a good position off the start. They're probably going to move over to those hillsides, but when we look at the focal points, it is going to be Shipyard, the hills that Myth are going to be playing, and down where we see VP. Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Just chasing after him with a sickle. Get out of here. Get out of here,
Pop your tires.
Get out of here before I sickle you. And Delwyn immediately running into the building to try to get a gun. Said, oh, you're going to sickle me? I'll get you. I'll show you. I got a gun. No, we're out. Okay, we're fine.
Well, Opons has a gun, too.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Delwyn.
His fire's a little bit faster. Ammo is a bit limited off the start for the day, though, so I think that's just enough to be like, all right, calm it down. I believe this is going to be the last time we see this map before we finish out this PGS.
But honestly, that's the best case scenario for everybody else in the lobby is 2 APAC teams going after each other with their APAC insanity. But we do have PGS drops in Twitch right now, so make sure you link your Crafton ID, connect your streaming platform account, watch PGS 9 Grand Finals live, and claim your drops. Go get those. We're giving away free stuff over here.
So eyes onto the circle. VP going to be playing over to the island to the northwest. They're going to have the, kind of that Yongshan leading into the Shipyard Bridge position that they're going to be playing for. Twisted Minds does have a decent spot off the get-go. On jump, they can just kind of retreat to the hills because it's going to be mostly kind of southwest on the hills, following along the river before we hit the dried out riverbed into the new set of hills that most of the teams are going to want to opt into playing. We did see a couple of really cool shifts that led into a Shipyard-ish ending. I think it was last PGS. So teams should be pretty familiar with this. While Falcons are inside the circle, they're in the more field-heavy section of it that most teams are praying this does not pull to. Because if we go down to the southeast, it's dried riverbed. It's a little bit of a hillside that 4 a.m. is kind of playing around right now. And then it's just a whole bunch of rice paddies with those roads and ridges between them.
I'm going to be really interested to see how Falcons plays this. As trying to go for center has just it didn't work well for him their last game. As they ended up going out early to Twisted Minds. The first game, they found themselves kind of chasing Circle as well. This time they have the option to kind of play wherever they want. We'll see where they go. It looks like they're going to take the hillside as Myth is very split ups here, still trying to go for their looting. But VP has now arrived, or at least two of them have. The other two still on the other side of the river.
Yeah, I mean, with the split, all the way up into Shipyard. Now Kiss is kind of trapped in between where we see VP at, as well as Falcons. You guys are getting like the AI movement where everybody's kind of marking what they're going for. Yeah, but really also we have Petrichor Road, 4 Angry Men that are going to be rotating near each other. The way that these hills kind of set is the only real thing that's keeping Myth in a safe position right now, because it's a couple of like ridges that kind of form along this hillside, and Myth is playing more to the west. So that's why they do have some separation away. But the poor guy that's trapped up into Shipyard right now, he's got to deal with this. I mean, whenever we look at Jacob, he's just kind of stuck over here, and VP is going to entirely gatekeep him out of this.
Yeah, we're seeing the posturing here. Is Virtus Pro going to continue to collapse there on the Shipyard? Looks like Kiss is going to go over there and try to provide support. But meanwhile, there you go. Oh, Jacob. He tries to escape, but not going to be able to get the chance. And Virtus Pro will take him down quickly. And Kiss, yeah, he's just going to go ahead and dip on out of there, try to rejoin the rest of his squad, where they currently have a compound to themselves right on the western side of that hill that Falcons has now taken over the top of. 4 a.m. has made their way in just off to the south. So already the center of the zone starting to get pretty populated here.
Gen G's also on the other side of the bridge to the west. Looks like they were wanting to come in from a least resistance path mindset, but VP's already going to have this location pretty hard locked down. They're playing the southern section of Shipyard, leading right into that bridge rotation point.
So many E
17 getting a little bit rebuffed over here, as it is going to be Twisted Minds right along the edge, and that makes it to where they don't want to go in too heavy. We still have a ton of teams leaning into an emergency pickup way back out here. It's going to be Anyone's Legend. Next to them is going to be GK and E Arena. Down to the south, Gam the Expendables.
And it looks like Alpha, I think that's Alpha, is the first one. They're going to go all the way to that northern coast. So 3 E pickups all in the air. Alpha makes the right call. They'll pull up to the northeast, and they should avoid most of what's going on here. Virtus Pro does see this, though, so they will have an idea of exactly where Alpha is, but this actually works out pretty well for APG, as they now have vehicles, and they can move forward throughout this game as they normally would. Now, Super's Anyone's Legend already on their way over here. Where are they going to decide to go?
We've had first emergency pickup, but what about second emergency pickup? Is Twisted Lines going to be rotating through? We're definitely going to get a third one as well with Anyone's Legend coming in, so it's going to be a ton of fun over here. VP, with their focus back over into Alpha on their emergency pickup, has kind of surrendered the bridge and playing more of the hillside. That's allowed Gen G to make their wrap in. Twisted Minds still going to continue to use this hills. They know this area very well. We've seen them set up a lot of traps around here, but they're going to make the commitment. They're going right down into 4 Angry Men. This wide split could be punished, but Spaceman gets the knock onto Lou to start it, and that feels good for the defense.
Oh, man. Twisted Minds just immediately crashing onto compounds, once again finding themselves in an early game fight. Lou going down early, but not being able to be flushed out as he's playing that wall. 4 a.m. just emptying the bag right now of util. Twisted Minds will try to return the favor. An example will find Shen. So a trade comes in, but the rest of 4 a.m. has arrived.
As well as Petrichor Road's Chewy trying to put in some supervision. Example, finding a lot, but Chewy finds out Perfectix. He's going to go down, and that means that this duo over here for Twisted Minds now firmly collapsed. 4 Angry Men might have a read on that, and now Twisted Minds in a lot of trouble. Third party's also coming up from the other side of this, doing a bit more of a corral, and there is nothing to be done. Twisted Mind falls, but Petrichor Road runs in. They see an opportunity on a weakened 4 Angry Men.
They got to do it. They had to do it. They saw the kills already in the kill feed. They know that it's a 2-man, as Winda will hold the line here. Myth also is the one that's third partying this from range, so the likelihood that they send it over here now that they're down to 3, pretty low. But Petrichor Road, obviously no way that they can know that. Winda playing around the outside of this will get taken down by that grenade from I-26V6. The grenades in full force here early on Rondo.
Oh, just poor old HS. Hazameme just chilling over there. Jesus. Tons coming out, shotguns out, but I mean, it's just firm defense. He can retreat this angle, but there's not much else. Maybe he can try to set up a couple of 1v1s using corridors, but he gets one. Can he find any more? Is blood starting to come up? Is he going to time it? Does manage to get the second knock, but finally does go down. So at least get something out of it. Circle's going to go ahead and reveal itself. We've gone more up into the north, keeping Shipyard in play. So cluster and death funnel down to the south.
Oh no. And Petrichor Road might get Petrichor roaded as 17 starting to look over in this direction. Geeke starting to look over in the direction. I think the one thing that's saving them right now is that Geeke and 17 saw each other. So that's going to force them to continue moving around. It's actually going to push Geeke into Gam the Expendables path down there on the south. Meanwhile, 17 going to keep pushing in. They're going to find themselves right in the middle of that Myth split. Again, down to just 3. So only so much damage that Myth can really do here. And 17 is just going to breeze right through.
Just send it past, and it's going to be the first section of the gauntlet now done. It is now going to be Falcons. Anyone's Legend, they're going to have a bit cleaner of sight lines on one section of it, but Anyone's Legend now is going to be the focal point for 17 on their approach. So a couple of shots from Falcons forced them just over to the west enough. Are we going to see 17 stop before going up to the top of this hillside? And it's a good thing that they did, but it's also a bad thing that they did because Hymas is just chilling right over here. Nade prepped, waiting. Did they hear it? Do they know it? Looks like they're focused on one side of it. Nade comes out, doesn't get the knock onto Xiaowu, and the spray doesn't connect either. This makes a very isolated Hymas.
Oh man, this was such a dangerous pull-up from 17. You have to know in this day and age of PUBG that there is always going to be a team dug in up there at the top of that hill, and they will at least find the knock onto him ass, get the flush as well. So trades coming through, and Falcons, they are counting their lucky stars right now that 17 breezed past them and took this fight, and now they're in a position to third party this from range.
There is also a small skirmish that's going on between Gam the Expendables and Petrichor Road. You might see that in some kill feed. It's right on the edge of the circle, way down to the south. But 17, Anyone's Legend did have to leave their compound and step out, and it's being backfilled by Team Liquid. Team Liquid saw this all happening, and it looks like they managed to sneak in, still the compound away from Anyone's Legend as they were setting up their defense.
I like this. I'm not sure if Team Liquid actually is going to stop down. They're still in vehicles. They're still going to keep moving around, but the fight is still in full force here between 17 and Anyone's Legend. Looks like Liquid will leave Purdy in that compound for now, but they're still roaming around in the distance. Virtus Pro, it looks like Beamy is also being sent over here to see if he can maybe spot out somebody that's not looking in the right direction. You see him just there on your mini-map. Not going to have an angle right now, and it looks like for the time being, the utility war has come to a halt between Anyone's Legend and 17.
Just too many third parties that were coming involved in this one. I think that everybody just kind of decided it's time to entrench, dig in a bit more on something. Red Zone gets some damage onto Sololzy, enough to make him nervous. So he's going to retreat. Kurt's still holding down the compound just a moment ago. New circle's about to pop, and it does lean more into the river, into the west. So Team Liquid very split up over there, has a lot of control. Jim G to the north has a lot of control. VP to the east. But notice the funnel of positions that we're going to be looking at, most notably between Falcons and VP. There's a bit of a ridgeline that T1's already trying to navigate. Irena's going to be back behind that, right up on top of Alpha.
Yeah, Gen G in a really good position if they can hold the line, if they can prevent any teams from wrapping on them. T1 just sending it right up into that same area where 17 and Anyone's Legend is, as Alpha Gaming dug in once again. They're going to find Pathampong. Instant knock there for Duck Mai. Tries to follow it up with the flush, but it doesn't look like E-Arena is in a spot that they can really reciprocate Alpha's energy. A few grenades will be sent Duck Mai's way, and it's going to force him out of his little hidey hole, and he's going to have to run. He does have some defense from his teammates providing overwatch, but the utility still coming here from E-Arena.
This is, if anything, just stalling out, and it's made it to where both these teams are now kind of stuck outside the circle. Supers hears this. Rex has moved to see if maybe he can third party, but the way that the Hillside said, it's going to be more taking shots onto, I would assume, Alpha than it will be E-Arena. I think that somebody on Alpha, Muslim Simon, spotted that, so that's why we see Alpha going for a bit of a step back. They don't want the third party to stop them from making their rotate into the circle, but E-Arena now has to move to the south, and that's going to be exactly where Gam the Expendables are making their rotate.
Yeah, E-Arena makes the escape, and as Supers, I'm actually kind of interested that they sent Rex over here to look at this. They've got more important things to worry about, as they've still got to find a way inside the zone with Virtus Pro in that compound, kind of overwatching everything. E-Arena will, I think, spot out Gam and will rearrange their rotation. It's going to put them right into the middle of that Falcon split. Is Falcon's ready for this? Shrimzy's going to get the opening knock on the Pathampong, and now E-Arena, once again, they find themselves in a bad spot as Larix pulls up. Shrimzy gets the knock. No, he doesn't. He's 1 HP.
Oh, Shrimzy goes down. Now E-Arena right on top of this. Game the Expendables here. If they want to get involved, Alpha's taking shots on Kickstart, runs up to the top, manages to get the finish on it all, but Shrimzy has gone down. Res Beacon's pretty far away, just over to the north if they wanted to go for it, but there's way too many contenders. Now on approach, Game the Expendables realize that firefight might have ended a bit too fast. They don't want to go for it. Alpha spots out Game the Expendables approach. Instead, they're now looking back over to the north, but remember, they know that Supers is over there. They don't really want to go that direction either.
That's really, really fortunate for Falcons there that they managed to take care of that E-Arena fight so quickly, because as you said, Gam was in a beautiful position to come in third party, but the fact that it ended so fast, they did not have the opportunity to come in, and they'll pull away and instead go off to the north. So you called that out, and that is exactly right, as now Gam's going to push their way just between T1 and Virtus Pro, as Virtus Pro is leaving their compound. Gam the Expendables might be in between a rock and a hard place here.
We did have the red zone that was over here, I think, that made these little dips, and that's going to be enough for a stop-off. Ooh, we pop back over to Shipyard yet again. Gen G, ton of control. Look at this wide split. Lukaruk steps up, gets a knock onto Duck Juice. Here comes VP, feeling momentum themselves, trying to find a quick closure on this fight, because T1 also has a position just down to the south. They want to get involved. Falcons need to still get inside the circle. Looks like they are going to be able to make a move into blue chip, as Corexi is holding this one together, but it is just essentially Explosion Crater versus Explosion Crater with a ton of nades being tossed between.
Oh, it's so tough to get somebody when they're lying prone in those dips there. Virtus Pro, I think, realizing the situation, they're going to go ahead and pull back, regroup, and just maybe send utility from a different spot there, as Beamy's going to spot out Deal. So good eyes on Beamy, making sure that they're not tunnel visioning onto this Gam the Expendable squad, and instead they will keep eyes over towards Super. Simon T will steal that one away, as Kickstart going to go for the res onto Shrimzy. That is a bold play here from Falcons, but bold plays are what they need if they are going to try to catch up to Gen G, who, as you said, is in beautiful position here on the north side.
I mean, Falcons just, they've had good vision on this point from the hillside for a while, so just going to go ahead and use this time to get Shrimzy back in. The issue is it's really going to throw off their pacing to get into the circle. They are going to be approaching one of the most gate-kept sections of it. They've got T1 in front of them, as well as 17 Gam the Expendables, and then there's an immediate line after that with Anyone's Legend VP. If they go over to the west, Myth and GK can't even get into the circle because they're stacked on top of each other, although I don't know if Myth knows that GK's here.
Oh, no, they
they've
don't.
Got a couple of hits.
Landmines all over the place.
They've got nades prepped, so it feels like they have an idea on where some of them are. There you go.
I think
but the closer range is the problem.
So you see a UAS in a dip, you throw a nade at it. I think that might be what they're thinking here. I'm not sure if they know exactly that Geek is here, but now they do. The smokes will get popped off. And as you said, Falcons was kind of wrapping over in this direction. I think they see the smokes, they hear the explosions, and they decide that discretion, the better part of valor this time, as Shrimzy has now arrived. We'll see if he can rejoin the rest of the team, and if he does, do they have gear ready for him?
So it's stack onto stack as far as the hard shifts have gone to the north into Shipyard, so that means that most of our teams are more clustered to the south. Alpha, still great position in the north. Gen G, great position in the north. Petrichor, Road, and Supers, all pretty much controlling everything in the top. I would say almost 60%, 70% of the circle.
I like this.
Get some vision, and that is the benefit of coming in late like this. If you get called in, even if Shrimzy were to die right now, he can call out every single team that's going to be in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was the call. Shrimzy just playing scout here, pop that shoot early. We'll see if he's going to be able to spot out 17, as Cowboy will spot out Baron. Myth going to lose one, Myth going to lose two, as Kiss goes down after taking the knock on to Shrimzy, will go down in the end. But mission accomplished there for Shrimzy, especially if he was able to spot out 17. You see Wemba and Tauntaun right there next to him, and T1 now also looking at wrapping down over in this direction, as Scappy will get taken down by the sliding car, and that is 100% Shrimzy's work there. They knew exactly where to spot Wemba.
Nades just rolling out right now. It is 3 kills on the climb, trying to catch back up to Gen G, who's comfy cozy in the circle. GK also going to be pushing on top of Team Liquid while this is happening, and of course T1 supervising just to the east of, or northeast of this position. So Falcons, they have a lot of information on Shrimzy's approach, the sacrificial lamb to give the scouting, but do they know everything? Big nade comes up from Ian. Kickstart's going to go down, but T1's got to be careful. They still have Gam the Expendables back behind them.
And Kick did get that initial knock onto Heather, sold out to get the flush with that grenade as well. He has been knocked, hasn't been flushed out just yet, and Tiantian's still just waiting there, ready to strike. Gustav peeking with that Panzerfaust. I think Type spotted it, immediately dropped to the ground before that Panzer could kiss him right in the mouth, and Gustav will take this opportunity to try to retreat. Oh, tabletop.
Rainin comes in aggressive on a car. He's got Gamma Expendables that are chasing back behind him. T1 knows that there is now a timer on this firefight, but the way that the smokes and all these little cubbies come up, Ian does get the knock onto Tig. This is all about just trying to get ahead of the Expendables who are chasing back behind them. Do they even know? They had to. They had somebody get in the car and run away from them, but instead they're going to use the dips themselves. This is only Circle 5. Given the amount of action that we've had, it feels like it's so much later, but Gam has got a pinch angle onto all of this, while Gustav, the last one up, has at least tied into 100 points and sees the potential for a few more in front of him, but it's going to be a dangerous push if he wants to go for it.
I was thinking maybe he might have been able to swap out to another jammer pack, but nothing there in the bag. Is T1 going to keep on pushing on in? Honestly, all things considered, Falcons may be going down early this game, but 6 kills is absolutely huge. Is he going to spot out Gam? No, Tanvu will take him down, but he might have done enough damage here to Tanvu to ruin his game as, with 2 HP to go, he gets it off.
All right, back over. That's going to be the end of Team Liquid. GK now has to push into the circle. Petrichor Road and Anyone's Legend going to be holding them out. The way that this ridgeline kind of also falls, T1 can get some vision. T1, I think, might have lost track of what's going on with Gam and the Expendables back behind them. They've got a very close threat right on top of them. Chewy is going to get the knock on to EJ, but it feels like GK is just kind of trapped on point as Petrichor Road's going to put most of their focus on the T1.
Let's see if these guys can survive a little bit longer. Oh, that damage is going to be enough to get Songjang out, I think. Yep. Goodbye, GK. Maybe.
Poor Songjang.
Oh, he's got the jammer pack. Okay, he's got a jammer pack on.
Okay. Staying alive. Staying alive. Where do you go now? Because if you go to the east, that's going to be Gamma Expendables. They got a good angle onto what's going on with T1. 2 down. T1 is eliminated. And it's going to be very quickly followed up as Gamma Expendables also going to go down.
Oh, just worst case scenario here for all the teams in the hunt. Gen G getting absolutely blessed with circle shift after circle shift. But now they have to find a way to get a win here, get some more kills, put some distance between themselves and the rest of the pack. With 2 games remaining, they could be beautifully set up here for the end game as Bean will get that knock on a POW.
GK has now jumped over Falcon's position just with chain medding and trying to survive. 6 teams alive, and it looks like Alpha's going to be in a ton of trouble over here. VP trying to make it in the late game yet again, but finding more of the kills. This is the VP that we were kind of expecting. They're starting to find it on the last day, but it is still going to be a Herculean task to get into the circle that is so heavily controlled by Gen G.
It's been a beautiful game for Virtus Pro. 8 kills, still 4 alive. And they do know, I think. Do they know that Tycon is there? Do they have any indication? I think Nixie keeps looking off in that direction. And yeah, he's got support from Beamy as well, just kind of looking over down there. I think they know that somebody's there, but this is
VP was taking the shots at Alpha a second ago, so they should know kind of where he's at. Tycon, though, is still Tycon. He does some work before he goes down, but it should be reasonable. I think the timing's there.
Get him up quick. And Gen G, I think, being immediately in vehicle, trying to send it on over here. Salute, reading the situation. 4 grenades in the hand, and they will send them on over. That grenade's going to bounce. It's going to be perfect. Finds Nixie, finds Corexi. Lucarux is down as well, and Gen G now starting to add kills to their already impressive placement points.
Oh, that's going to be a stack of points, but it is at least a weakened Gen G for a second. But Petrichor Road, Anyone's Legend, they're in no position to capitalize off of it. They're too entrenched right next to each other, so Gen G gets that for near on free. And then whenever they hear the firefight happen to the south, they are going to know everything is in their favor. Gen G has a big come-up game in their future, potentially.
Okay, Anyone's Legend, let's see what they can do. 3 alive. They know that Petrichor is over here, and they are pushing aggressively. No smokes drop down, no caution. They are just death-balling. And Petrichor Road, meanwhile, is dug in, just expecting something like this to happen. Anyone's Legend looks like they're going to spot out one. They will take down I-26 V6, and the war is on.
Got to go fast. Genji's already in vehicles. They're moving over here. Anyone's Legend. This is a squad that we know will move fast. They come in with full-on gusto. They're going for a couple of flushes. Deny out any information. Make sure to secure the points. Petrichor Road just has 2 players up. Chewy goes for a peek up. Instantly destroyed by Destroy. He is very low on life. He's just trying to make sure he secures every single point that they can. As Anyone's Legend touching that 6th place position now is Genji is swarming down here. Petrichor Road 04 hops in a vehicle. He's just trying to send it in the circle, but it's already going to get read by D. Anyone's Legend now trapped over here. This is all coming up Genji.
Oh, Genji has got this win almost in the bag, but they want to get every single point that they can to increase their hold on first place. With 2 games remaining, this is a golden opportunity for Genji to start running away with things as they have all 4 players left alive. Destroy will spot out I-26 v6, get that flush. At least for now, Anyone's Legend will survive, and Petrichor will go down in the end. Grenade from Seoul will be the thing that does it.
Okay, looks like this is going to be a position to play for a blue zone sacrifice. Yeah, I think that they're just trying to deny. They know that Genji is going to be at the top of the leaderboard, and they want something out of it. Good shots come up from Sololzi. They do manage to take down D, and that's going to throw off anything that's going to be set. Problem is, it is a phase 7 circle. This is just going to be a little bit of a survival time that they're going to have to deal with this. Genji want to go for this because it is risky. This is almost like Anyone's Legend daring them to come for them. You want these points. We're going to make you have to fight against an entrenched position that we've now set up if you want them.
Absolutely. Yeah, the smart play, you would think, for Anyone's Legend here would be to just deny, knowing that Genji is the team that's in the lead. That's the team that you're trying to chase. You do not want to give them any more points than is absolutely necessary. And I think they realize that they're just going to shoot the walls. They're going to give their points over to the blue. And Genji, Destroy, what are we doing? Why are you healing? Why are you delaying this? Just give it over.
Look, it's all about Destroy right now. Just let him have his moment,
Why
right?
are you trolling me, man? I had it. I was so ready to call the end game. He's got 8 first aids. What are we doing?
Oh, my God. Okay. You know, you got to get the med numbers up, bro.
He's even laughing. He's like, this is so stupid. Why am I doing it? Well, Genji gets another win here. Beautiful work for them. And they have now a secure hold on first place.
Let's go ahead and bring back in Toffee's and Avenger as Genji getting a big game for themselves, but it was explosive all around the map.
It was an explosive game, but Genji gets some good circles. They went north, they played the numbers, and it worked out. And Genji gets far enough ahead that with 3 games left to play, it is going to be a tall order for those 3 chasing teams to keep up with them, Martin.
Absolutely, and what a circle shift. That northern shift towards Shipyard had Genji have half the circle as the rest of the 12 teams were fighting for the south side. Like all the compounds, Soul was in the dead center circle by himself. Like everyone was like, what is going on? How did this circle come this far north? And Genji's laughing as they win another chicken dinner here. What a way to do it. And this whole high ground here, this whole situation of GTE, T1, and Falcons in 17, that was just absolute insanity.
Also, just want to follow up. I said 3 games left to play. It's 2. I just am really worried about how hard it's going to be to catch these guys. So, yike. All right, 2 games left, Matt. How cooked is everyone?
I mean, there's still big game potential. And we just saw a massive game come up from Alpha, the game, well, I guess technically 2 games before this now since we just closed out that one. I also did want to address everything because I keep seeing people talking like chat and whatnot. Genji was not the first squad that was over in this position. And there were several other teams that opted to move away from it. They did a great job on keeping control and forcing other teams away from the point. So if you're just going to be like, oh, Genji just camping again, go back and watch the start of the game, man, because it's not. It's all about decision making that all kind of accumulated over here. Do we not remember that even VP was playing around Shipyard at a specific stage of the game?
Myth was there first, Virtus Pro was there second, Alpha Gaming emergency pickup up in that same area. Genji was just kind of the last one to come across that northern bridge. Everybody else decided to go a little bit more uphill, and there wasn't really a whole lot they could do once they were the last one there.
So you're saying they backfilled like scared boys, and then they caught the circle and didn't have to go into the fight until the very end.
That's probably what it was.
Oh, okay.
Boy, that's a Reddit post if I've ever heard one.
They did red zone VP as it was happening as well. So what are we gonna do about it?
What are you gonna do? 2-1-1. That's their kill count. So they did obviously fight for the shipyard. Came out of it, got some plays there at the end, and walk away with some good points. Like I said, I am pretty famous. Well, not famous, but I'm pretty well known for quoting Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious and saying it doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile. A win is a win, right? So I don't care if you did or didn't catch a circle. You got the points. Man of the match, Song Jiang.
He's family.
Songjong, let's go, baby. I mean, look at this. We're getting the come up of GK, and poor old Paper Thin isn't here to embrace and love all of it. Oh, I feel so happy.
Yeah,
GK. 5 kills for him.
I just wish one of the three teams mixed up here at the top could have gotten something out of this. It felt like they just kept impacting each other. Falcons called Shrimsy back. He landed on top of T1 and gave them points. It was just really a big cluster. 14 points goes the way of Gen G. Virtus Pro does get 13. Anyone's Legend at 12. And then Petrichor and Alpha put up some numbers, but it is the big three as we led into this one. T1, Falcons, they were unable to get the points they needed as long with GK to keep up with that Gen G gain. So in a second, we'll see the overall leaderboard, and I think everyone's going to get a good taste of just how strong a position Gen G is, but there's 2 games left to play. There's no way that it's unattainable, Martin. It's still close enough.
It's still easily doable. 12 points for GK, Falcons 14, T1 18, Alpha. 2 big games you can still win. And now that everyone else is seeing, well, Gen G is really far ahead in the leads, we're going to do something about it. Sure, if they get another circle where they're able to hold on to some spots and really push off some other teams because they have not used a lot of utility, that'd be it. But still, they played smart this game, super smart.
Hold on, I got to jump in for a second. We've got to Martinize this. Does this mean that look, Americas is number 1 right now? D is an America's player.
That's how it
is. 25%. Yeah.
Let's go.
Man, if only we coached them, then we could really be gassed up about that 25%.
That's how it is.
Well, there's a lot more people. There's only one coach available in Denmark. No, I'm kidding. You did a great job with the team.
How did the coaching go for you last time you coached? Oh, never mind. It was Porosaurus in 2018 IEM.
Yeah, and no, it was more later than IEM. It was Sweden.
It was Grand Slam.
It was GLL.
Grand Slam.
And he
I hear a lot of
for the Rumblers.
Mustache Dave, I believe. Wait, was it Mustache Dave still in, or was it the Rumblers then? I can't remember.
It was Rumblers.
Okay.
Throwbacks. Well, we're focused on the fun, but really the players are focused on the game because now is the time to move. 2 games left. They've got to have it happen. GK would love to start closing that gap. I think they were shocked by what Gen G did in the last 2 games, Poro.
I will say this, right? Like, got to give all the credit in the world to Gen G. 2 back-to-back first place on the final day. That is absolutely huge. If I'm being realistic, though, they haven't looked like that a dominant team. Like they got a great compound in that first game, managed to win a really good fight at the end. Second game, they just got a lot of circle luck kind of going their way, so we haven't really seen them just be a dominant presence. So it's not feeling like they've got this thing fully wrapped up just yet.
That's a great point. You never know what the shift is going to do, and they're not far enough ahead to count on the numbers. So it is going to still be anybody's game. Well, any of the top 4's game as the final 2 matches are upon us. We're going to let Poro and Matchum take a quick break and get ready for the final while we get ready to Rondo. Avenger, it has been a fascinating game so far, but as the plane takes to the air, there's a real chance. If Gen G has one bad game, which is possible, we see that the Falcons had a couple bad ones, so did GK, then the doors blow wide open and we're all back into this. It just feels like our top teams keep fighting each other.
Absolutely. And you still have to remember, everything is still to be played for here, Toffees. $10,000 for 6th, then we go 15, 20, 30, 50, and $100,000. And also from 5th, 60 PGS points to first 120. You can double your points if you still have a good run. And even with APG here, we saw them have that insane run at Esports World Cup. That's 66 points in one day. They got multiple second places, multiple podiums, and a win as well. So if they're able to kind of run this back and do it again, they're definitely within reach here. And also, podium is still open for, I would say, even with anyone's legend, if Himas can keep doing Himas things the next two games, that's still within reach.
It's such fun to be like, Himas and Tycon from 2 different places doing 2 different things. A couple shots early
top
on.
3 Look at that circle. The top 3 is inside. GK, Gen G, Falcons. Everyone is inside this circle. That's like the perfect circle to set the stage in the penultimate game, Toffees.
And T1 is crying into their drop as they have the farthest to travel out of just about anybody, but that was the risk of that off drop. If it had gone to the northeast, they would have been living the dream. So Falcons going to loot up quickly, hopefully, and collapse into the center, because the problem with all 3 of these teams being close together, Martin, is that they may all move early to find those prio positions in the middle, and I think that could actually put at least 2 of them into an uncomfortable drive fight early on.
As everyone is laughing as we roast each other on the desk, you have to remember Toffees is also famous for quoting Vin Diesel, but his most famous quote with our desk is also, "I don't have friends, I have family." And that's what we are. We are family in the desk. Us casters, we love each other as we're roasting each other. And that is, and everyone else is just laughing. Well, Unk is roasting Unk again. Haha.
Wait, Unk is back? Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Calaris was back in the chat. It is been a good time. I mean, it is. That's the upside of doing this for 10 years, and it's the same for the players. As much as they go to battle and fight at tooth and nail, a lot of these guys have known each other. You talk about the sense of Gen G and the Falcons. D over in the Americas played for a while and got to know those guys really, really well. The Korean teams all get along splendidly. So I think that's been one of the funnest byproducts of PUBG, is to see sort of how the community has grown and locked in together, in those immortal words of Vin Diesel. Now, as we do have a little bit of a slowdown here, I think it'd be fun for us to check in with the Gen G team who has been so dominant. We've got an interview with Salute.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Salute with us here. What back-to-back winner chicken dinner. Congratulations. How do you feel right now? Do you feel pleasure to taking the lead in the leaderboard? 他现在会不会感到有压力在排在榜首?
지금 1등 하시는 게 혹시 압박감 느끼시나요?
사실 점수가 저희가 높긴 하지만 엄청나게 압박감을 느끼고 있진 않고 그냥 재밌게 대회 마무리하자가 목표인 것 같아요.
其实现在我们成绩是第1名，但我们并没有很多压力，我们就想有趣的去完成这个比赛。
Salute said we didn't feel any pressure about that. Though we're in the first place, we just want to enjoy the game and to finish it cozy, in the cozy feeling. And thank for taking the interview. And thank for joining us. Congratulations again on winning a back-to-back chicken dinner. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
No pleasure in the win, but no pleasure in the push for GK as they try to come in here to push onto Petrichor. Petrichor getting lambasted initially, but now turning it back around and getting the moves on GK. Park Pro has to make something happen here. He goes around the right side, opens the spray on Chewy. He gets it. He goes for the flush. He knows every point matters right now as he pushes inside, gets out the double barrel, wants to try to make a play, slips around the left. There's one player left, but here comes the VP. They smell free points, and they're going to hurt GK real bad in just about 6 seconds. So finish off this flush.
Yeah, GK down to 2 men. Sure, they got 2 points here, but now with VP lurking in the distance, they now want to try to be the third-partying factor. Nate's coming in. EJ is knocked. Luca finds him, and now Park Pro has to disengage. Try to run away from this one.
We got to change the slogan from be the one to be the third party, because that's the way you walk away with points when it comes to PUBG. Lucarux gets that nade up over the top, slides off to the right side as the counter nades come out in express. Nixie does get a knock on Ming Ming, though, and puts Petrichor in an incredibly tough position.
Yeah, with an M249 in hand, even though you get third party, you still have time to shoot everything. Smoke's being deployed here for Luca as he's trying to engage. I saw him moving his mouse in a way where he marked where the location of 04NB is, and now Nixie is swinging onto this here. They probably don't know that Park Pro's fully disengaged, and Petrichor Road is out in 16th place, down with 58 points here. Sure, they got the 3 points onto GK. Now Park Pro trying to survive for the most of it. Falcons is lurking in the distance. Gustav sees his compound is completely free. And now, with GK being this second place here, this is the closest one to strike for Falcons. An easy jump up, Toffees. It's a difference of 80 to 96 points. A difference from $30,000 to $50,000 here. It's a huge amount of difference to get that second place.
I'm still chuckling at how your Dane coach expertise lets us know. You're able to say, I saw Luca move his mouse in a way that implies he's marking this spot on the map. I watch these boys. T1 making a nice rotation here. Now, these guys had a very long way to go. The circle went about as far as it could from them, and they've got to dodge EMPs and rotate across the entire map. 4AM not having to go as far. Takes a little bit of fire from Perfectix, who just had an insubordinate amount of ammunition to shoot at them, but doesn't come away with much.
Just needs an EMAG to put that in and get that doubled up. You can use all your spare ammo, and then you can take the EMAG into your pockets and get free 70 bullets. What a way to do it. Really strong situation for them too. And I'm looking forward to see how that's going to go. It's definitely not enjoyable to drive cars or even BRDMs currently in either ranked or normal games, as you're getting absolutely LMG'd back to Narnia. So let's see how that works out once we get to play that. Maybe for regionals or for the next PGS circuit. But for this one here, drive-by is still strong. You see that. And you see so many teams doing it and using it so much here. And now with Myth driving in, what a fall from grace to 8th place now, Toughies. Insane.
Oh, he switches off the Panzer, gets the knife. This is that replay of that push by Geeke. They came in very strong. The counter nade was so good, though, that it almost gave Geeke the chance to sort of push into to make the win, and Petrichor just stopped him in their tracks. If that hadn't double knock hadn't happened, I think it was a Geeke fast clear, and they might have been able to turn on VP.
Yeah, Petrichor just laughing here. They know that. Not much else is 2 on the line for them here. Sure, they can get, but the difference from the 3 last places is the same. You get $3,000 or $4,000 or 4 PGS points for the 3 bottom spots. You can jump up to 8 or 12 if you get a little bit further, but still, it's a long road ahead for them. 4AM, absolute last place right now at 46. Huge difference from the top to the bottom, more than doubling the last place points.
T1 going to have to refuel their cars twice on this road trip, and that is going to cost them a fortune in this economy, so we'll wait for them to finally get here if they can manage to make it in.
Drive electric.
Drive electric, right? Well, that's why they were going around those EMPs, man. You try to save money on gas, and you got to dodge the EMPs going off. This is a rough map.
Yeah. Really unfortunate situation for them, but Twisted Minds here coming in. 4AM close. Next circle is about to pop here. Oh my, it's straight on to Falcons. They are now on the chase. Genji south of them. They have Lanpo. The question is, are they going to be able to get the point here? That's the Meme finds Perfectix as Twisted Minds are struggling to get into this circle here out in the blue, but it could be a pull-up, a drive-by on him as they're trying to chase, hanging out the window. Defense maneuvers though. Shots come in. Example finds Meme.
Jumps out, moved at just the right speed so that he can pop out the opposite side and not get knocked. They get Hassamema down. Example's going to go ahead and take the spoils. The one who gets the kill gets to loot, Martin. Them's the rules.
Yeah, and another thing you have to look at as well is the way they did it. They were both on the driving side, right? So your seed 3 and seed 1, as they know they had them on the back side there. So when you jump out, you're always on the safe side as well. But nice catch there, Toughies. I really like doing that. When you're driving somewhat slow, the people shooting at your car is usually going to focus that. So you can jump out. Sure, you maybe take 20 or 30 damage, but you leave a guy behind that's going to take that off-angle shot towards the guy standing still. So that's huge. Park Pro still... Oh, this is rough. This circle is not going to last too long for him. Surely enough, he's going to have to push. He's got a recall station inside safe. The question is, are those ships left behind for time enough for him to get 3 players back in? And if he recalls them too late, Toughies, it's maybe just going to be 3 more free points for some of the teams. Shen, half HP. Now, Twisted Minds chasing, trying to get 4M. Shen finds Petulians with the Scar, though. Great headshot with the red dot equipped.
Make sure he gets him down. Meanwhile, the Expendables get caught by E-Arena, though they do turn and manage to knock Nurns. Pathampong trying to figure it out as he slides on the other side. They weren't ready for the split coming out from the Expendables as Tanvu from a distance manages to hit those shots. They got the flush, and now they're going to try to rotate away, as I don't believe E-Arena has lost anybody. Oh, no, they did lose 1 in this exchange, so not a great stop down for E-Arena.
Absolutely now. Not sure. This is good shots in, but then again, it's fight for terrain outside the circle. They're losing valuable time for information in. And if they cannot quickly finish this fight here, it's just not worth it, in my opinion. And both of them, it's just mutual destruction, losing both heals, losing utility, and not having any more of a run into this circle here. And them being 12th place right now and GTE being 7th. They still have a lot to play for. One good game could push you up even further. Tanvu, M249, connects a little bit of bullets here in the arena.
T1 has entered the circle elsewhere while we watch this continue to go. E-Arena trying to get out. Yamini Sentinel seeing a chance to put some points on the board. It's like a flock of birds that are just darting everywhere while Tanvu says, which one do I shoot at? I don't know yet. Oh, sad Batu.
Frustrated Batu is my least favorite Batu. That guy is always so happy, always so positive.
I know. He's such a and then we had to cut to show his death. Like the replay was sad Batu. It's just it hurts my soul. All right, so Gam the Expendables driving around here, still fighting outside the circle as he goes and sees Opons once again circling back. These ducks are desperate to find a pond to land on. Meanwhile, Falcons are going to be inside. Hard shift. T1 finally made the circle. The shift does this. Look at them. We got to get more gas as they change their rotation.
Gen G also has to move. They're in a 2-2 split here with D and Bean on the west and Soul and Salute on the southern side. Sure, Falcons is still inside the circle, but it's just on the edge here. They're going to have to fight for valuable terrain as well, as Wongef is trying to get Glorious back into the game here. Rest outside in the blue, it's just phase 3, so 1 damage per second. Also, remember, GK still with a potential for pubgesports to get a rest as this circle is closing. He has a recall station east of him, and this is your last chance to do it. He's going to have to run soon, otherwise he's going to have to try to snake. T1 finds Beamy here. Ian gets a mini shot knock onto VP, as VP actually has quite the valuable terrain inside the east and southeastern circle.
Yep. This would be great for T1 if they can actually come in here and take it. The problem is they got Geeke off to the right side. That last player locked down inside the bush. Park Pro hasn't moved.
He's going to hit him.
In a
He's
minute.
Gonna hit him. Oh.
I thought he'd drive through it, right? Was that an I saw you situation?
No, absolutely not. Tanwu finds Perfectix. Twisted Minds is falling apart here just a little bit. They're down to 14th place. Lost 2 players so far, Toffees. It's absolute shambles. Unlike anything we've ever seen from Twisted Minds before, this year has been really rough for them. I hope they're able to get a resurgence and get back to form to what we were able to see from them last year. Now time. Luke 12 finds it as VP and Liquid is taking multiple shots at him.
I don't know, man. We'll see what PGC says for these 2 teams. 2 of our top teams from that side of EMEA in Na'Vi and Twisted Minds have really been struggling lately. I don't know if it's time. We'll see what happens after this event. It's going to be fascinating to watch. Luke 12 up on the top of the hill, taking a few peeks around here, seeing if he can find his way into the circle. Meanwhile, the Falcons have put a little bit of a forward pressure up. They're in a decent spot. T1 is still trying to figure out how do we get in here. And I love that none of our top 3 teams are centered up in this circle. This is great.
Yeah, this is exactly how we love our penultimate. Oh! He's getting quickly extracted here. Tactical set down. Deal finds Delvin as anyone Legends trying to get into this western side circle. Heaven, DNS is trying to get a lot of damage done, and they actually get 2 down. Heaven with the BRDM is going to hurt some more of the players in. Him as down here. And this is probably going to leave out anyone's Legends. Spaceman drives into Park Pro. Randomly through oh my god. Randomly through a rotation, he finds him, and Heaven gets him as on the flush here, as anyone's Legend struggling.
There's nothing more annoying than spending 20 minutes laying in a bush to have somebody accidentally run you over. Believe me, I know. As DL gets into the car and pushes down, the soup is cooking, and they're going after anyone's Legend. They're in the bottom of the board, 14th place, taking the fight to 6th.
Oh my god, that's a big pull-up. Oh, the BRDM rolling in, damage done. He sees him in the corner. Is he going to jump into the corner here or not? He's holding him down. This is a really, really rough spot for him to be in. Now Nates are coming in. Angles are being pushed. Deal with the stun grenade. Great stun grenade. It's going to get completely blind. And Heaven can jump out easily and get Solalzi down. Now down to just destroy in the other house. He smoked up everything. And now Nates are coming flying in for him.
Nice. Oh no. Nate went right through, ended up hitting the BRDM, but that's okay. It pushed him out, and Heaven just nudges him over. BRDM used as a primary weapon when it comes to this game. Now, Gen G, lobby leaders, up here against a solo Twisted Minds player. I don't think he has any backup. VP on the drive-by. It's a Panzer Joust, but it's not enough to get the kill. They're going to try to finish the job. They're just going to chase him down. Look at this. Panzer Jousting followed by Cavalry Charge. VP finishes him, flushes the BRDM, and then takes cover.
Oh, Team Liquid tried to get up to the high ground here. 2 guys fell down as shots were coming in. Liquid eliminated by GTE and Kiss finding that last player.
That is a tough one as the circles are starting to establish themselves. T1 looking for a little bit of something, and I think we might have a moment of slowdown here. I think we can check in with the Falcons.
They're going to push DNS.
Stopping in yellow and the tank is on top north.
I'm just going to start shooting the tank, bro. I've been empty for
Start shooting the tank, bro.
Really close stick.
One's on a rock. One's on the edge angle. I'm 1 HP. He's trying to nade us out from blue.
Yeah.
I'm healing.
Leave.
I heard. Yeah. They have the tank. We have a Panzer, guys, in our car. Dead.
Hold in front of them. Tick, you can step into smoke and anger.
If they pull up on the hill, it's going to be bad, guys. I have to play pretty.
All right, we see 4AM now under assault by VP. It looked like a good mind game going there. Falcons currently in 3rd place, trying to make a move. 17, who is at 9th, is battling with 10th over here on this hill. Both teams just battling for PGS points and a little bit of extra cash.
Absolutely. And nobody has popped an E pickup. Nobody's going to be able to get up to that high ground. That's going to be a good spot. Falcons got in deep, and they are now trying to get in and get to a defensive spot. Now with APG pushing them, DNS is probably going to try to drive by or shoot at them. Xiaowu finds Corexius. VP is doing a lot of damage. 33 damage from that nade onto Shen. Nixie now close. Good nades coming in. He jumps on top of the car to get the nade in the back pocket of both Winter and Shen. 33 damage to Shen as Winter got backed off from it.
Both of those players thought it had rolled on farther. Almost gets the hit with the car. Jumps out, gets the spray down. Tippity tap. Nixie gets the double, and that's the end of that as they get a nice move. Virtus Pro going to run away. Nixie trying to survive as 17 still got the guns. Not going to work out, but it was a good play to get some points off 4am.
Yeah, decent day for them so far, jumping up from second last place to 10th now. That's a huge difference on everything. That's so unfortunate for Liquid. If they got up to the top, they would have been in such a good spot to farm a lot of points here, but then 249 and AUG is just absolutely hammering them. And you can tell them that they're just ready to go back and get some dinner. Oh my god, Deal set up with a Mortar. It's a great Mortar for Deal, and now he's trying to get the confirmations. Falcons are going to get hit again, and it's Falcons out in 10th place, and now GK and Falcons is out, and Gen G is left alone at the top with all four alive.
I feel like Soup and Gen, like, come on, man. They're like, okay, Gen G, we can't win this, but we got mortars. This will work out for you. And honestly, Falcons went to a good spot. You heard them during that fight. I think it was Kickstart said, we have to take the hill because if someone else takes it, it's really bad for us. And so they made that move. They got up there. The problem was everyone knew that that was that location. It took them a little bit of time to line up the shots, and Soup made them pay and will now get that hill for themselves as they slide forward.
Insanity. As we see more teams kind of get into a third-party action here on DNS, Myth, and APG is considering their choices. And now, let's see how they're going to approach this one. They got a great ridge to work with, multiple great approaches here from Myth.
Kickstart going to be protesting the speaker wires after this one. Nade's going to pop out, bounces up to Soup under the car, does some work, and they've got to spread out because that car is about to go boom, and the second nade's going to follow it. You're throwing cars at him, Myth. You're throwing cars at him.
I like that. Kiss. No, this is a really good ridge. If they can keep both sides of this cannon here, it's going to work out quite nicely. Wenbo got Lu down now. Utilities being deployed here onto Myth. And now, with how everything is kind of rolling in, it's going to be a great game for Myth, potentially, if they can get DNS out.
That would be great for them as T1 is also in a decent spot right now. Good spray by Scappy. He gets Heaven. And Myth let so much slide yesterday when they came into this in the top two and just did not capitalize. Today it feels like they are playing okay, but not the Myth we saw on day one. Getting a turn here or a win would actually bring a lot back into the game. And here is a replay of those DL Mortars as he absolutely just crushes the Falcons in totally separate spots, nails both of them. Tremsy just stands up. The frustration is palpable.
Yeah, understandable. Now, Gen G losing players. Gen G losing multiple GTs. Again, APAC third party happening. Glorious finds one. And oh my god, Myth is moving in. It's going to be a crunch time here for Gen G. If they lose players here, they're going to go out with just 1 point from the kill they have. Soul finds some bit of damage here. It's down to just Soul and Salute. Salute is half HP. And both Soul and Salute has won big tournaments before.
Yep, they have. They've won big tournaments. They've got the ability to do this. The nade bounce is decent, but pushing them off of that bean res was huge. It's going to isolate Soul here in this position to try to make a move. Twisted Mind's eliminated elsewhere on the map. Salute has a Panzerfaust. He's trying to get to the high ground to at least even things up here as he moves around Myth to the side. This is the thing about Gen G, though. They often play in these sort of wider splits where reses just aren't functional if they get knocked down, and I do worry a little bit about Soul flexed out that far from his teammate.
All the teams that realize here that they need to take Gen G down. They need to take them down right now. Otherwise, they are winning in before this last game has ever started.
Kiss gonna go ahead and sneak forward here. DNS also sniffing around, knowing some trouble is in the offing. Are they coming to ruin Kiss, or are they coming to save Gen G?
Yeah, I don't think that's likely. They are just looking for many points here as possible. Shots come in, connect quite a lot. Jacob finds Salute. Now it's down just to Soul, as they've gotten 1 placement point, 1 kill in this game. They're only 12 points ahead of GK, only 16 ahead of Falcons. a decent game and a big game from one of those two teams. If Gen G falls out in the next one, it's very palpable for them.
It could be worth it. Soul is low. He's trying to just wait this one out. Hope maybe he gets a little bit of help from someone else on the map. But Jacob's not interested in letting him get away with it. The problem is Jacob's got so many people around him. There's not much peeking that he can really safely do. You got EA on one side. You got Soup coming in from the other. And then you got the Expendables. They know! And there goes Soul. It took a little bit of help from the Expendables, but they came in and dropped a grenade right at his toes.
Yeah, and now with the lead here, 12 points ahead of second place is huge. And it would potentially be the first time in many days, many years that we could see a winner from Korea. But Phuthonpong finds Rex as Kiss is also getting this off angle here. A great push here from Myth could really be detrimental to DNS's game here for this one. They could, with one decent game, push them up multiple points. Oh, that's a great nade straight onto Kiss, forces him off.
Meanwhile, T1 is at it with 17. T1, the last remaining top 4 team in the map right now, and they're getting absolutely dunked on. They had a chance with 3 up to possibly get back in this fight, but now they are down to 2, though they are turning around and getting some kills out of the process, so they will enter 3rd place off the back of that 100. Let's jump back over to Myth and DNS, though, as they push forward to try and take Soup down.
That's a great engagement here. More smokes is being used. All the utility, hard utility is gone here for Kiss. Now trying to smoke up to get close to get a spray down here. Now shots come in. Human finds Scabby. Utilities being deployed here for DNS. Hard lethals and making it open here. And now Expendables fall in 7th. More good utilities being used by Human. 5 kills for Deal. What a game for them.
He is the real as he goes ahead and pushes forward. Rex getting a little bit of support out here. Smokes aggressively so they can try to move forward onto Myth. Taking away all of their sight lines on his own team. I like this aggression. They're going to bounce it right inside there where the Molotov is burning to allow them to move forward.
Great push here for them. Now more shots come in. This car is smoking, burning. And now they're going to get him off here. Kiss gets a lot of damage done here, but they're going to find him. Human finds Jacob. Baron finds Deal, and it's a huge mutual destruction for them. Left to just one. Baron finds one more through the smoke. Baron, an absolute disaster from DNS here. Really well played. It got a 3-piece on him.
Myth held strong. Meanwhile, T1 has moved into 2nd place off the back of their fights over there with 17, I believe it was. They're down to 2 players, so I do think they have the space to get the red. APG is on the way. They've got 4 strong. They've been on a dream run right now. There's a world where if they got a 1st place here and finished this lobby, they could theoretically be back in the hunt. And if not, even if not, if APG wins this and goes podium, it will be considered an incredibly successful day for them.
A huge push here, and the games have been able to play. The points they've been able to get. Myth, if they get a decent run here, if it wasn't for all their other games today have been really rough, they could actually have been amongst that podium. But let's see what they're able to accomplish. 6 more placement points available. 4 kills on the APG, 2 on the Arena, and 1 or 2 on T1, depending on what goes this way.
All right, Kiss going up here. We're sort of following their journey through this map as they push up on E Arena, slides around to the right side. Can't expose himself to APG, though the counter nades come out. They don't know Kiss is pushing. Baron gets a knock on Larix. It should open the door for Kiss to come in and get that flush. He'll go for the burn down and give a little bit of help. Jacob finishes the job, and they're just going to use overwhelming force to push Phuthonpong. Into the gun, out of the car.
Oh my God,
No way!
So for him to get this fended off like that, that's huge. Phuthonpong gets found by Pau, and APG is looking for another run here. Can they get more kills? Myth is down to nothing. This could be an APG win easily, Toughies.
Hey, wow. Okay, it is. That was fast, and I'm not even sure. We never even see we never even saw T1 at the end of that thing. They went through fight after fight, got knocked down at the back end, and Alpha brings it home again. Gets another huge point total. The Tycon turn on looks good. Let's bring Porosaurus and Matcham back in here. That was another good Alpha game.
The APG roller coaster is in full effect. It feels like it's it started off low, go to the high, go low, go to high, and now what will we have waiting for us with 1 game remaining? T1 making a run there at the end.
Yeah, it was exciting. I wish I would have seen a little more of it, because that fight with 17 seemed like it was very. Yeah, I was gonna say it was very pivotal. It seemed like a really important moment for T1, and they did manage to fight back. Oh, we can stop showing Sad Batu. As we know T1 is making that push right now. But again, I just got to give love to APG, who a lot of these teams, it feels like we're kind of feeling out of it and have been playing a little bit like they were sort of out of it. APG did not show up with that attitude today, Matchroom.
No, I mean, this is a team that, it was at EWC, wasn't the last day that we saw Vicious just do their massive climb there, and it feels like whenever it comes time for crunch, that's the story of today. Who's going to have the mental to fight their way up, and who might not be able to have it in the tank whenever they need it, and who can maybe land on a pillar whenever they need to, because this was just painful to watch.
Yeah, that was tough.
Oh, they're not laughing, but I am.
It often, it seems to go that way a lot as commentators, doesn't it?
Is this karma? Is this karma that Falcons go out this way of all ways to Mortars?
Well, no. That's look at that. Jeez, that's worse than the sad Batu.
That is brutal.
Honestly, the worst. The sad kickstart is way scarier than mad kickstart. Like when the way that he just looked up at the sky just tells me like they just feel like nothing is falling in line right now for them, and so they have one more game to try to make a statement. Gen G, as you watch that, they're falling in line for somebody else. I agree with that. Gen G though, again, finds a position and manages to like get some points out of this as opposed to everybody else. Martin, I don't know how you catch them if they're getting such good positioning and getting to steal these points constantly.
Yeah, since we're not in the studio, I can tell you what's going on right now. The 15 other teams are saying, well, Operation Stop Gen G, otherwise their winning has to come to effect for all of us. Yeah. So if I'm a Gen G, I am landing far away from anything known, and I'm playing this game extremely slow. And as soon as someone sees them in the kill feed, their third parties are going to come swarming in. I mean, if it's an APG, it's going to be someone else. An unusual APG win, though, here. 3 kills, not all knockouts, 0 damage taken to 2 of the guys. Very, very unusual. But that compound they had is so strong, and if you can hold on to it and fend anyone else off, you're going to get a lot of points. Sure, I do love the APG. That's a lot better with engagement and kills and getting a lot more aggressive, but you got to take the wins that's coming your way, right? Yep. The 13 points they're going to get from this one is going to push them into triple digits just behind Falcons.
Duckmai with 17 damage, and Pau says, shh, just don't talk about it. Just let us have the chicken dinner.
Was Duckmai shooting at somebody and they stubbed their toe trying to get away from it?
I think that was I would assume it was a frag grenade that just barely tagged up somebody with 2 or 3 straps. All right, let's look at the man of the match. The man of the match goes to E-Arena Pathompong, who made a great play on the car to defend himself. He had the double-barrel shotgun, and I think that's where he managed to secure his mom. So, well done. Congratulations on a good pickup. Though E-Arena, after winning PGS 7, has been a little bit of a letdown here at PGS 9, but that's okay. You only need to win 1 per session. I can't ask that much of everybody. All right, I want to get the leaderboards. I want to know where we're standing right now, because I do think that while Gen G pulled ahead, they didn't get that many points off the back of that game. Gen G did manage to pull in 2 points, so it's not untenable at this point. All that I really saw, Poro, is that the Chasers didn't close the gap.
Yeah, that's, the Chasers didn't close the gap, but Gen G didn't close the door on them either. So T1 it is, T1 got themselves right back up in the mix. That is definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting. And as we were expecting, it's going to be a 4-horse race, possibly a 5-horse race, if Alpha Gaming can keep that roller coaster going in the right direction. With 1 game remaining, look how close everything is.
Whoa, let's go over that. Gen G, 116, which gives them that 9-point lead that they're going to have to depend on to sort of pad the numbers, as they will be the number 1 hunted in the lobby. T1, 107. Geek 104. Falcons and Alpha tied at 100, and then Made in Thailand with an outside straight draw at 91. May or may not pull this out, but I severely doubt it. Let's talk for real, though. Top 5, Martin. Break down the chances.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Gaming, Falcons, these guys are all looking at second place and seeing, okay, what's doable. But if you get into that late game, you have some kills and you see a win, it's very likely, right? And the big thing is, for me, you're looking at it in a way where, okay, if Gen G is not playing slow and they don't get circle, they could get down early, and then everyone else actually has a chance for it, right? But likely is everyone's fighting for second place. It's $50,000. It's 96 PGS points. There's a huge difference from 5th and with $15 and $50,000.
You know, yesterday the Falcons dropped roughly a 20-point lead in 2 games and let it get close. It's possible something crazy could happen in the last one as they're looking to close that gap. We're going to take a short break where our top 5 teams will come back and battle it out to lift the trophy. And during that time, I bring up the Falcons because we've asked the coach to come down, and Gunner's going to talk to us a little bit about the struggles they faced and what they're going to try to do in the last game. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. We have Gunnar with us here. So how's the vibe between the teammates right now? And of course including you.
I mean, the vibe obviously is like we're upset because we want to win. And right now, to win, we need to win this last game. So we need to have a big game. We know we have to have a big game. We're good at resetting after games, so mentally no one's upset with each other. We're just upset with the mistakes we made today.
All right, what's your preparation for the last game? Because it's really a
just win. We don't care if we get second or fifth or sixth. Like, it's like first or nothing. So I mean, we just want to try and win this game. That's it.
Right. Looking forward to that. And best luck.
Thank you, sir.
See you in the games. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. We're joined by Salud and Type with us here. It's been a long time since Korean team lifted a trophy. Do you think people underestimate Korean teams internationally these days?
얕보고 있는 건 모르겠지만 서킷 파이널에 한국 팀이 다 진출했기 때문에 얕볼 만한 팀은 아니라고 생각합니다.
저는 요즘 해외 팀들이 좀 3인칭으로 바뀌고 나서 좀 성적에 대한 변화가 크다 보니까 자기들만의 좀 자신감이 좀 찾은 것 같아서 좀 얕보고 있는 면도 있는 것 같아요.
What do you think Korean teams are doing particularly well at this tournament?
좀 대화를 통해 가지고 경기를 같이 풀어나가는 걸 잘하는 것 같습니다.
팀 제가 느끼기에는 운영적으로는 좀 굉장히 잘한다 생각하는데 교전에서 좀 약했던 부분이 많이 보였는데 이번 그랜드 파이널에서는 좀 그런 부분을 깨고 교전적에서 되게 잘하는 모습을 많이 보여줘가지고 좀 한국 팀들이 점점 성장한 게 보여서 잘하는 것 같습니다.
If the trophy ends up in Korea this time, what do you think people will remember about this generation of our Korean teams?
일단 PGS가 시작된 지 좀 오래됐는데 한국팀이 아직 우승이 없다 보니까 최초로 한국팀에서 우승이 나오게 된다면 좀 감회가 새로울 것 같습니다.
저는 굉장히 PGS 시리즈가 많기 때문에 이번에 PGS에서 우승을 한다고 해서 뭐 크게 한국팀에 대한 어떤 생각이 바뀌진 않을 것 같고 결국 PGC에서 우승을 하는 게 제일 좀 기억에 남을 팀이라고 생각을 해서 PGC 우승을 노려보고 있습니다.
Alright, thank you, Type and Salute. For me, I still regarded PWS region as one of the top region in the PUBG Esports. So we're looking forward to you guys to have good grade and continue matches in the coming matches. So see you in games. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the line.
This is PGS9, and if you want to be the one, you have to get it done here in Game 15. At the end of this match, we crown a champion, they lift the trophy, they sign the plaque, and they take home the lion's share of $300,000. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Matchum, Martin, and Porosaurus. And as we get ready for the final match where everything depends on Geek playing defense and the rest of the team catching them, it seems like it's going to be exciting. What do our teams need to do, Martin?
Yeah, Operation Gen G must be stopped is started. And now the question is anyone from second place to 16th just all agreeing? And is Gen G going to be dropping elsewhere in the map? Maybe somewhere where they can be caught. And that's really the big question. Can they play slow enough to be that factor to be able to stop that second place chase?
You saw the trophy, you see the sign. We're live from Shanghai, China, as the final match of the day gets underway. The plane takes to the air, and the dream of 64 players drops out as they pull their chutes and hope for the win. One team is in the lead, but 3 are chasing like a ravaging pack, hoping to take the win. We're back on the grassy pastures. We're ready to crown a champion. PGS points, cash, prizes, bragging rights, and trophies on the line. And with that said, let's turn it over to your maestros of mayhem, the men with the call. It's Porosaurus and Matchum.
Oh my God, it's all coming down to this. Yes, the leaderboard is presently giving Gen G, but that doesn't mean the fact that they've got it secured. There are so many different ways that this could go, and a plane path over Primorsk and ending at Lippo feels like this is going to get wheels off real fast, Poro.
Oh my goodness. Is Gen G the only team dropping Millie? If this circle goes over there, they are going to have their pick of where to play. Okay, it looks like Twisted's going to go over there as well. But that is actually shocking, considering how far south this plane was, Matchum, that the only 2 teams actually committing to Millie Island here in this final game.
It's a gamble, and does that gamble pay off? Gen G has had a read on the circles very well so far. It does feel like this could go down there, but also could pop back over to the north. There's a lot of the landings coming up. No real big skirmishes happening for vehicles just yet. So looks like everybody's got mostly space happening. Where is the circle going? Oh my God! So far over into the northeast. That is crazy. Ends up pretty much centered on Lippo.
Okay. Worst case scenario here for Gen G. Best case scenario for T1, Geek, and maybe to an extent Falcons as they are looting up in Milta. But yeah, starting things off, getting that circle. Let's see what they can do. Gen G, I have concerns, Matchum. That last game, it felt like they were playing scared. That long wrap from the south side up to the north, eating blue zone. It was obviously it was a smart play to keep them alive, but it felt like avoidance. It felt like they were trying to play safe. And if there's one thing that we've learned over the years is that if you're in first place and you try to play safe, these teams that are gunning for you are going to catch you. So Gen G has to keep doing what they were doing to get here in the first place.
That's the thing about whenever we look at Gen G, they play this so safe all the time in their approaches and how they want to get in the circle. And then they split into these wide, huge splits where it's like full 4-man across the map to where if one of them goes down, it could spell catastrophe and there's no chance for res. They're just this dichotomy of safety and high-end risk that always is combined into this weird little package that's been working well for them so far today. But it feels like this is going to be maybe an emergency pickup into a jump into a circle that, yes, does have Prison, it does have Milta Power, it has Lippo, but also does still have Yasnaya and that whole territory leading out of Stolber, all that flatlands, all those couple of like little compound buildings spattered across the whole place in a very open section of the map over into the north while having so much of this still water. This is a tiny, tiny circle to get our last game on, and to have Geek, T1, Falcons all on jump in position and Gen G outside fighting their way in, that has not been Gen G's specialty. Can they make it when they need it?
Oh, they're already getting involved in a little bit of a scrap here. It looks like Lou tried to send it up to Radio Tower where it was already occupied by Gen G. I saw a few shots being sent out by Bean. Let's keep an eye on that kill feed. Keep an eye Oh, there we go. We get to see it.
Yep,
Yes, Bean will get that knock onto Lou.
Is it going to be enough to bait out the rest? Does Twisted now want to go for him? Because this is a weird spot for Twisted, because Lou's in a very odd spot over there if they want to go for him, but Twisted could technically play the Gen G villain and opt into going and messing with him. When they're in 15th place, this is a squad that we know can punch above their leaderboard standings. Do they want to become the heroes of the lobby as now Falcons going to sneak into Lippo as T1 is starting to stretch out of it?
And that's a dangerous play. That's an aggressive play from Falcons, pushing into that city on the south side, knowing damn well that somebody dropped there for looting, but all coming in as a group, deathballing through. We'll see if they run into T1 or not. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, playing just around that same area, will reposition under the watchful eyes of Geeke. I think realizing that maybe that spot was a little bit too hot for them right now,
Two
and they
quick
have
updates.
better options.
Two quick updates that we need to talk about. Twisted are making the focus onto Gen G, while Falcons did take this position specifically to go after T1. They took a couple of shots. Now T1's on a bit of a run. 17, you can see, a bit outside of circle, now having to go west instead of east to try to get into it, and that's going to be due to the Supers positioning.
They got the knock.
I need to know about what's going on with Twisted down next to Gen G.
They got the knock. You can see one of the Gen G players was knocked. Yep, Bean. At least he's on the side here. D smoking that off, going for the revive. And we get to see the replay. That's not how you want to be.
That's how Lou went down.
That's not how you want to go down. Yeah.
I mean, it's just too free. But that's kind of what kicked this all off. Remember that Twisted still do have 3 up and now high ground. Gen G, their vehicle is, you can get it out of there. It doesn't feel fun, but this is kind of the more Badlandy territory. Batulin's got some vision, wanting to get a knock, but Soul is defending at range. It's not done yet for Gen G. They still have to get away from these rocks. And right now, Salute is all the way over on the west side of Military. I think he's trying to scout if they can make it over across that bridge. So it's all punishing shots coming out onto Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds can't find the knocks onto Gen G, but do at least manage to get lubed back.
That's actually really great work on the part of Salute. And you want to talk about stuff going on elsewhere. Twisted will get Lou back on his feet, but when that happened in the kill feed, Virtus Pro was camping that eastern bridge on the other side. Meanwhile, Supers, they're going to run into Tian and 17. The trade comes through. Xiaowu goes down. Now full-on push. This, my goodness, he's going to pop the parachute. Somehow Tian survives a little bit longer, manages to avoid the ghost whip riding down the hill. Heaven, the last player left alive here for Supers, and he's going to go down. Supers are eliminated.
Wow, that was a crazy situation. Now, 17, they are going to lose Xiaowu. He's going to bleed out. They can't get there fast enough, but Tian should be resable. Eyes back over the circle. We've got a ton of teams coming in from the due west. That's going to be where we see Game of the Expendables. Anyone's a legend. 17's going to be up around the Asnaya Bridge on approach. Nobody else going to be around them. Team Liquid now inside their vehicles. They're going to be following up back behind Game of the Expendables, while E-Arena is going to get some vision on that. Alpha playing this slow. Looks like they've got emergency pickup looming, and they're just going to take their time. But they also do have a lot of vehicles, so they just might be waiting for the next set of circles. Gen G did get that separation down to the south, and it looks like they are eyeing that western bridge as Twisted has Lou going Milta-sided, so it looks like that's going to be where they're going to be eyeing for their next drop-off point.
And Virtus Pros pulled off of that bridge camp over there on the east. We'll move into Milta Power proper, and Lou is going to see this, so he's going to be letting the rest of the boys know that that crossing will be easy and free over there on the eastern side. 59 players left alive, 7 minutes in. This is what you expect in these final games here as we get to see Tian's great adventure up in the skies. He will get taken down in the end.
That's more aura than Sun Jinwoo right there. Couldn't finish it at the end of it, but he stays alive. That's what matters in the end. As we are looking VP approach over next to Milta Power, this is going to be entirely open, and I don't even know, dude. This circle could literally go anywhere. Asnaya, it could go back down to prison. It could pop back over next to Milta Power. This is so unpredictable with still so much water in it, and that's why everybody's clustered around Lippo. They're assuming that the next circle is just going to do what the trend has been, is a ton of water, and VP has been spotted. And Tiggleton, you can see this is that more open approach. VP does not like it, and it's a good thing that they pull away. As the new circle pops, still keeps a lot of water, and the cluster around Lippo pays off.
Okay. Yeah, Tiggleton just keeping very close eyes on Virtus Pro. Yeah, he's going to call out that they are pushing on in the beach side. Falcons in a good position to send a few shots down their way. Luka Rux and Nixie, they have no idea that Tiggleton is up here. Do they stop down? No. They're just going to try to turn around, and yeah, great shots from Tig. Will defend their territory.
Oh, but Tig wanted them to get a little bit closer. He wanted to try to get a knock. Anyone's Legends rolling right into Petrichor Road. 04 and I-26 finding enough. Nice little jump out the backside of this. Gets the vision. And Anyone's Legend falls. Great defense coming up from Petrichor Road.
That's a big team off the board as well. We have seen it time and time again, what Anyone's Legends can do in these late game scenarios when they are just throwing all caution to the wind, but they go down early. Looks like Luka Rux now stuck out here in no man's land. He's going to get the Uber call from, can't make out who that is. Okay. Either way, they're going to get him in and they'll get him out. And Virtus Pro will go ahead and reset. Fortunately, Falcons not overextending. Trying to go for that.
Myth back behind this. The timing for it is bad for VP. They still have Corexi down next to Milta Power. He was just trying to make sure that he can keep some control on it. APG is going to go ahead and take their emergency pickup. It's going to be lined in, going right over Petrichor Road as well as T1. Myth isn't going too aggressive or really going after VP right now. So here's Team Liquid. They're over in the north. Lil Ghost going to be taking a couple of shots to kind of shoo them away. The rest of 17 still around Yasnaya.
I like this from Liquid. Big wrap up to that north side as all the teams still just slowly making their way in. The chaos of a final game has not really set in just yet. There's definitely been fighting, but it's not as bad as we've seen it in the past. Here as Gen G eating a little bit of blue, and they have a BRDM as we get that replay of the push from Anyone's Legend. That did not go the way they were hoping. Clean stuff from I-26 and 04MB. Yeah, he's yawning. Let him know.
All right, Jinji. What do you do over here? It's blue damage galore. They're around that death road position. They still got a ways to go before they even make it into the circle. E-Arena is playing a bit more down to the south around the prison positioning. So 17 has been mirroring this Team Liquid approach into the circle. So while Team Liquid has two players that have gone pretty far in, 4 Angry Men was what they were close to. They did spot out 17, so it's been a bit of a recall and a regroup to play around this. Just to the south of that is going to be Game of the Expendables that we see now here. And it is going to be Alpha Gaming that has now pulled their chutes. And it looks like they're heading straight into the trees around where we see Gam the Expendables and most likely Hasameme going for a retreat.
Oh, I like this, actually. Hasameme, he gets out of there quickly, realizing that split was going to be taken advantage of. So great stuff there from Alpha. They get very fortunate to get that J building, especially considering this new zone will pop. And Gustav is going to have to try to rejoin the rest of the Falcons on that north side of Lippo. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they're just breezing right through underneath T1. A few shots will come their way, but nothing too terrible. And now they will see if they can catch T1 out in the split.
This ridge line that VP is playing is a bit hazardous. 4 Angry Men could have vision on them, or maybe Team Liquid, but they're caught in a skirmish back behind this in the more high ground position. Gustav does get a position on the side of VP, taking a couple of shots. So instead, VP is just going to realize, okay, we've got this lower section of the compound. Let's just go ahead and play that for the time being. T1 now going to have a very championship level position that they're going to be looking out over a lot of this circle, specifically over into the east. We've got a ridge line that's going to be playing just to the south of that, where Myth and Geek are going to be at, and then another raised hillside that kind of leads into where Myth are going to be playing. External teams, Gen G now gets vision and approach onto the circle around prison. Where are they going to opt into going?
Yeah, Geek and T1 both in fantastic position here as they attempt to chase down Gen G. It was just now arriving into out of the blue zone on the southwest, but there's just not a lot of space for them to work with here as we see 4 AM will take down Purdy Curdy, and the rest of the crash is coming through. Spaceman will try to take him down. Nice shot from Alo will take down Spaceman, and now 4 AM is going to regroup and try to hold off this push.
Oh, rolls right into it, but that's about all they needed to do. That's going to rebuff enough of Team Liquid back to the north, back around 17, because poor old Team Liquid is kind of stuck in a Chinese sandwich, and it does not feel good. Luke's going to try to make a little bit more of a move down to this hillside that Shin's going to be cresting inside the vehicle. Should get some vision on what's going on. It feels like 4 Angry Men also did see his vehicle on approach, so that's going to force him away from it with the stop out coming from 4 Angry Men, and now Team Liquid trapped over here. No good options.
Yeah, nothing is looking good for Liquid. as they will, as you said, just hop in the building, try to regroup a little bit, consider what their options even might be. But the longer they stay here, the more the trouble they might be in. As Gam the Expendables is doing a wide rotation up to that north side. Looks like Team Liquid's option is the E pickup. We'll see where that goes. Gen G, they're trying to push through that E Arena Myth split, and now they might be pushing right into Jacob. Jacob has that M249, and he's ready to go. No, he's going to hop in the vehicle and just get out of dodge.
BRDM too scary. He doesn't want to hold it by himself. Instead, go with the regroup. So Gen G use the BRDM to bully their way into the circle. They're going to find themselves a shack, and it's a bit off-centered right now. They got about 15 seconds before they have to make a commitment on where they want to stop, and the new circle shows itself. That's why they're staying a bit more loose on defense for the time being. Go ahead, regroup, get everybody in there. As where are we going? Are the calls right? Did Gen G make the play? They are right on the edge of the zone, and that means the funnel is coming from them. Twisted Minds, Myth, maybe even E Arena.
BRDM might spook enough people away, though, as you see already E Arena taking shots at Myth. Twisted getting shot at by Falcons. Twisted might be forced into making that push in, and Gen G is ready for it. You see them starting to flex out and play around the edge of that zone as they hear the engines roaring around them.
So there's a ridge line that runs straight up from where we see Twisted Minds into Team Liquid, then kind of wraps into VP and 17. So it's a high ground, low ground style circle. Twisted Minds trying to hold us right now for some level of safety. Falcons don't have good vision from Lippo due to the way that the trees are set. But this is very close range. Just this ridge, the only thing keeping any separation between Gen G and Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds get the damage onto Gen G to stop them trying to bully their way out while Myth is still trapped outside the circle? Them and E Arena taking shots at each other, but E Arena has a mortar prepped, and it looks like it is focused in this direction, and E Arena has been on point with mortars so far today.
The south side getting really spooky as all these teams have to make moves, and they have to do it quickly. Twisted have found at least a little bit of a foothold in here on the south side that's out of the line of sight of Falcons, but Gen G continue to have Salute just trolling around in that BRDM. I guess he's figuring that they don't have a Panzerfaust because nobody's sent one at him just yet. Meanwhile, Liquid have managed to get both players inside this zone, and they will play this one out as two solos.
Just use this ridgeline the best that you can. Is now Twisted. They are going to lose one of their players. Salute gets a nice nade, but there should be time to get the reses. Blue zone's going to be coming out to slow down any approach. Gen G has a bigger problem. The Arena is coming up right back behind them. They've got a read on it, though. They are going to very quickly regroup, give them the space, but that's going to open up a bigger problem as now Myth still on the outside of the spots where E Arena is gone, knows where Twisted is, knows where Gen G is, and now Myth has to make some hard choices. Do they push directly into Gen G, or do they go for the E Arena side of it? It's great on defense coming up from Twisted Minds, and it's just slowly and steadily the entire circle is crunching down on Gen G, and they're starting to feel it.
This is one of those things that Myth is so good at. They know how to time this perfectly. They've been very patient, waiting to see if this fight will pop off. It hasn't done so yet, but they will make their moves while the shots are being taken. They're going to get right on the edge. Gen G still having to do something, and Geek now is leaving their compound and coming up here to get involved as well.
E Arena has to spin back around to deal with that. The BRDM still looming in the face of Twisted Minds. It's been a problem that they just don't have the tools to deal with. But now with GK forcing E Arena, everything is focusing onto that BRDM, and it's starting to take a lot of damage. It's having to retreat from point, runs back over to the shack. Petrichor Road is going to get eliminated. Great defense coming up from Alpha Gaming. But now Gen G, limited options. They're going back over into Myth. They're going to take the fight against them. Panzerfaust is coming out. They've got to jump out. Tons of damage. 2 players now down for Gen G. Massive explosions. They are crested on the hillside, and poor old D is trapped next to Twisted Minds. E Arena, Myth, while DK is roaming fast on the heel.
Last player left alive for Gen G. D will out-heal that blue zone grenade. He's going to survive for right now, but Gen G is very much catchable here. T1 and Geek still in great position. Geek trying to make a run here. They know they need the points. They need them desperately, but Pathampong is going to get the knock onto Park Pro.
Great read from Twisted Minds. They see points in front of them. They're trying to just take as much of this as they can. E Arena has moved into the gatekeeping position to the north, while GK is just pushing in from the west. D, inside the shack, is just letting everything roam in front of them, hoping that everybody just forgets that he exists. Maybe he can buy some points, something else on this, but it is Twisted Minds making the crunch, GK on the other, and everybody caught in between is being punished.
They've got great position to work with here. Patapon will get taken down. The arena's going to go down as the kill feed is just lighting up like a Christmas tree as the south side finally comes to a head. Lou just continues to circle around D, making sure that he cannot leave. Twisted Minds knows exactly where he is. They know exactly who it is that's in that shed as well.
Circle, the way it's set, it's going to be T1 with Great Compound VP playing the lower section of the hillside in the compounds as well. Falcon's going to be regrouping, trying to see if they can get some vision on what's going to be happening inside this massive firefight down at the south. GK feels like the job is done well enough. They're looking back over to the west. 3 kills has now put them 1 point behind T1, but T1's got the center of the circle, and I think that GK knows where T1's positioning is. That's why GK was trying to find points. They know that they're going to have to walk into a T1 firing line.
And T1 has to look at the kill feed and know that they don't need a lot. They don't need to go out there and be hyper aggressive to try to get a bunch of points. They just need to stay in their compound, try to get the circles, and try to make it to late game, maybe go for that win. That might be enough to secure them a victory. As Twisted Minds has left, they see D. Now, they're not even looking over in that direction. Maybe they did lose track of D.
I mean, they're more focused on the circle. They've got so much damage they've done. But, I mean, even if D plays away from Twisted Mind's position, that's going to put him right into the Falcons' position. Look at the nice little butterfly. Oh, hey. It's trying to protect D.
Look at him. Well, D, he could pull off the hero play right here. We're 1 spot away from placements. And the longer he stays alive, the longer he can keep those goalposts moving for Gen G. As T1 and GK still 4 strong. GK, they went active. They tried to get out there. They got 3 kills, and now they are right there with T1. T1 has to know that as well.
Okay, Falcons, I think that Kickstart might have spotted D. I don't know for certain. Yeah, they're not focused in that much on the direction. So D's inside the circle. That's good enough for now. 9 teams up. Any placement points, anything like that is still conceivable. Circle's popped. T1's right on the edge of it. VP is going to be absolutely happy with how this has now landed. Team Liquid's going to be right next to them, as well as 4 Angry Men. But GK, 17, Twisted Minds, Falcons, and poor old D all need to get in this new circle.
Yeah, T1 is fine for now. But GK and Falcons, they have a lot of decisions to do. As 17 is going to crash right on top of Virtus Pro. It looks like they'll get some trades, and T1's actually going to pick up a couple of those points. So they are now ever closer towards Gen G, as D still staying alive, going to get a placement point, but is it going to be enough?
Okay, Falcons just watching the kill feed, and they know it's a problem. T1 is going to be focused in on this high ground defense. They've essentially got the fortress on the hill looking down onto GK. GK doesn't want to roam more into the north. They know that that's a problem. E-End going to be the guy getting a lot of vision on it, but Khan hits a great shot onto E-End, forces him away from that angle. Nade's now starting to roll down onto GK, but it's going to be assistance coming up from Twisted Minds, taking shots onto T1, forcing them away from this angle and allowing GK to creep further and further in.
I think this is GK realizing that they're all out of options. They know it's T1 at the top of that hill. They know that if they are going to have any hope of winning, they have to take these guys down. And the circle has pulled far enough away from them that this is their best shot if they can find a way to breach this compound. But it's so difficult. And T1 is just focused on that. But they're going to be distracted as Twisted is now making their push. Type will get the knock on a Perfectix as T1 is collecting more points.
I mean, there's nowhere to go. Twisted's just going to try to run in. They know that maybe this back building could be the weakest point. They have to just jump around all of this and hope that everybody else inside the circle is more caught up inside their firefights. Falcons is trying to mirror it down to the south, but it's going to be Team Liquid as well as 4 Angry Men taking shots at them. E-End has to deal with this close-range threat, and GK, multiple players are now down. Team Liquid does get eliminated, but E-End, he's got to figure out how he wants to deal with everything that's going to be going on over here. As now Falcons have realized that Twisted are pushing up the hillside, and they're looking this direction as well.
They've got to get kills. They need to get involved now as GK is getting wiped out by T1. What an incredible tower defense here from T1 as they still have all 4 players left alive. Can they finish off GK without taking a loss here? No, Heather is going to get knocked down and immediately flushed out.
We're at 118, 114, 109. T1 looks down, finishes off everything with GK, so they are going to fall at 109. Falcons still alive, 5 points back behind that, but T1 high ground control and poor old D still alive, finding placement points.
But Twisted Minds has managed to make it inside this compound. They've got example with the shotgun, and I don't think T1 even knows about it. They were so focused on their western edge, trying to take care of GK. I don't know if they know that they have now a snake in their midst. They have done so well in this game, 8 kills, and now the circle is going to pop and it's going to pull away, but D is still alive, still collecting placement points.
Right on the edge of the zone to the south, it is going to be VP on the higher position in the lower spot. Right along the road, it's going to be Falcons, 4 Angry Men to the north. T1, Twisted Minds, and poor old D all yet again having to get their way into the circle, and D is just letting the Falcons cut a path for him over and over again. But T1 in their tower defense up on top of all of this have found so many kills. They just need a few more, and Twisted Minds looks like the focus that they're wanting to go for. Lou still playing on the outside of the compound. He could come up big, and that's all we can see. Trying to come out on the other side of this. Twisted wants to regroup and see if they can maybe get to that ridge line, but T1 is trying to cut it off.
And the biggest problem here for T1 is that Twisted Minds is not going down easily. They are taking so much of T1's time just by staying alive. Lou playing that wall, example inside that high ground. He's still got utility left to play with. End and the rest of the boys cannot commit to making their way into this next zone before they get rid of these guys. They're going to find Lou, but Twisted will find Raining.
Okay, raining down, but the timing for it should be okay. On the outside, look at this aggressive play coming up from Twisted. They jump down, type goes down, and that is going to be Twisted falling. T1 finds the points. They are tied up with Gen G, but there is only one player up for T1, only one player up for Gen G.
Can he make the hero play? D knows exactly what's going on. He still, they see the kill feed. They know that T1 is very damaged up here. If D can take these guys out before they're able to reset, it might secure Gen G the championship. He gets one. Type is down to no HP. He's got no utility to send over there to send the flashbang. Falcons is not even looking over in this direction just yet. D trying to pull the hero play for Gen G.
Okay, he had to retreat. He doesn't have that much off of it. He had to drop his backpack because he's going for full-on stealth. Does he go for the full commitment? On the other side of it, Beamy finds it, and that's going to be the knock that comes out. Gen G gets 1 point, and that puts them ahead of T1. Now on the lower section, it's going to be Falcons, who've been fighting unofficially for him, and finally, Gen G goes out, but is it enough?
Oh my God, D, the greatest American hero for the Korean org, Gen G. Do they have enough? Was that one kill, that 1 point, enough to separate them? As Correxy will spot out Gustav, gets the flush, and now Falcons down to 3. They still need so many points. I don't know if it's possible at this point, Matchroom.
Poor old HS just over into the north, trapped by himself. Falcons down below the sight lines of VP, who have the opportunity to just focus however they would like. VP presently tied up with 17, but big opportunities for them to climb up, at least get ahead of anyone's legend. Falcons presently tied up with GK, so they should be able to get some more out of this one, at least a kill or two, but as far as placements go, they're going to be ahead of GK at the overall end of this. So much. Even 4 Angry Men, if they can find a kill or two, that'll put them ahead of Petrichor Road.
Gen G, I think they're realizing that they were able to get it done. D, the hero play at the end to make sure that they took out T1. T1, what an effort. What a performance in the final game, falling just short of perfect as D making that hero play. We'll see if 4 a.m., if Hasameme can do something here as he has to finally make his way across that road.
Oh, the player from Americas on to Gen G, making the clutch play whenever it was needed, surviving in so many desperate situations. HS gonna go down, Correxy's gonna find the point. And now the focus turns. Kick starts over on an angle, trying to hold back 2 of the players for VP. That's gonna be an easy pickup, and now massive man advantage for VP. High ground, tons of kills that they're finding over here. Poor old Shrimsy now trapped. Tickleton as well. It is a push. 2-man on top from the north, 2 from the west. Falcons can barely even get into the circle, but Tig gets a knock onto Beamy. Can the Falcons rally back in and take this last game, or are VP gonna continue their climb?
And of course, it had to be Virtus Pro versus Falcons, two teams that know each other so very well. As Tiggleton and Shrimsy now finally on the move. Beamy, Nixie gonna go for the res onto Beamy here as the grenade will bounce. Luca Rux coming alive here in the late game, but Tiggleton's not done yet. He'll spot out Nixie, and now the smokes are keeping them alive right now. It's a 1v2, Luca Rux and Corexi versus Tiggleton for the win in the final game of the day.
Shrimsy's been trying to feed over the information, down position. That's one of the reasons they had to flush him so quickly. Tig moving forward. Such limited ammo left as he's now moving into the smokes. The ridge line going to be where Corexi plays this. And yes, now he has to start going for those flushes to deny out any information being fed over. And that's going to cost him even more ammo. Smokes dissipating in front of him. Tiggleton has so few things to work with. Stuns now even starting to come out as that poor old snake off to the side just keeps feeding over every bit of information. Tig can't do anything. He gets held out, and VP take the last game.
Just an absolutely perfectly timed flashbang right as the smoke dissipated. There was nothing that Tiggleton can do, but what a performance here at the end of the day. Gen G, they left it to the final game, but a heroic performance from their newest player, D, delivers them a PGS 9 championship.
Just such a stellar performance coming out from Gen G. Man, they found circles in the chaos and how to weather them. They managed to balance between aggression and the perfect moment to pounce. And you can see on the other side of it, Falcons wishing so much it was them. But in the end of the day, your PGS 9 champions will be Gen G. Let's go ahead and bring back Toffees and Avengers to walk us through all of this crazy in the last game, because man, it was a nail biter all the way into the end.
A wild journey for Gen G. They fought, they caught, and they rotated. The last circle of the game chose not to pick them, and yet they survived. They send D to the front, the man who lasted, the man who was, the man who played for the final point, and they lift the trophy. PGS 9 belongs to Korea, and at the top of that list is Gen G. Martin, how do you stop them when they played so well and they survived when no one else could?
Yeah, it's hard to deny that we looked at this roster at the start of the year and said these guys are championship worthy. Salute Soul. Bean was insane last year, and then adding this prodigy that they saw in D, and he was able to clutch it up in the end.
This
and
is
Gen
the
G,
finals, the game
what a way to
of
do
games.
it.
Congratulations to Gen G on claim the title. We really want to know what is going through your mind. Bean.
빈님 지금 소감이 어떠셨나요?
이번 대회 좀 잘 많이 못했는데 그래도 좀 팀원들이 버스도 태워주고 해가지고 우승해서 기분 좋습니다.
我们这次比赛前半部分做的不太好，但是夺冠了还是很开心的。
Being said, we didn't do really well in the first half of the game, but we really appreciate that we can win this title. It's feels so good right now, and you can pass your like to there.
DY님 소감 어떠셨나요?
믿기지 않고요. 우승했다는 게 새로운 것 같아요. 참.
这是我第一次夺冠，感觉很新鲜。
DIY said this is his first time to win a championship, so it's feeling really fresh for him. But so could you like pass the mic back to? We have some another question I want to follow up as because DIY is like the new roster for Gen G Esports right now. So do you think it's you're like in a reach a high level chemistry? 就是他们有没有觉得现在DIY在队伍里的磨合已经达到了一个新的高度？
DIY님이 우리 팀랑 새로 합류했는데 그 팀원 간의 팀워크 어떻게 맞춰지고 있나요?
제가 미국에서 오다 보니까 처음에 되게 힘들었는데 첫 시즌부터 힘들었는데 조금씩 괜찮아졌던 것 같아요 지금까지.
因为我是从美国来到韩国的这个前期这个队伍的，刚开始是有一点困难的，但后面跟队员磨合得很好。
And DIY said, I just, because I came from an American region and participating in the Korean region is like difficult for me at the first, but it's like really works good, work nice with teammates right now. And you can pass your microphone to you. Salute. Congratulations, salute. But actually, we have to say, like 3 days ago, you're struggling on the survival stage, but in this time, after 3 days, you're win a championship. What's the most difference between 3 days Genji and the Genji right now? 就是在3天之前，Genji还在生存在挣扎，但是现在已经捧起了这座冠军的奖杯。想问问他们看来最大的区别是在哪里？
3일 전에 서바이브 스테이지를 하고 있는데 지금 우승컵을 들어 올리게 되었는데 지금 소감이 어떠셨나요?
일단 저희가 다 같이 잘한 것도 있지만 운도 많이 따라줬다 생각을 해서 계속 이제 그냥 항상 운이 좋다라고 생각을 하고 있는 것 같아요.
很高兴能够夺冠，但是我觉得这一部分，能够夺冠也是有运气的原因存在里面的，所以我希望，日后好运也能与我常伴。
All right, Solo said, actually we have a little bit lucky situation, but I hope like in the remaining game in the second half of the season we can always feel lucky. All right, and the next question is about Salute, also Salute, yeah. Because Salute have won PGC champion, that's the biggest title of PUBG Esports. So what the PGS Circuit 3 champion, Circuit 3 title means to you? 就是因为 Salute 已经拿过了 PUBG 最大的荣誉 PGC 的冠军了，想问问这座奖杯对他来说是否还有别的意义呢？
네, 살루트님이 원래 그 PGC에서 이미 우승컵을 했는데 이번 서킷3의 우승은 어떤 의미가 있나요?
저번 인터뷰 때 말은 했지만 일단 한국 팀이 첫 PGS 시리즈에서 우승을 했기 때문에 좀 좋은 업적을 남긴 것 같고, 하지만 결국 PGS 시리즈가 너무 많기 때문에 저는 개인적으로 PGC 우승을 목표로 하는 사람이기 때문에 결국 좀 좋은 의미로 PGS 트로피는 크게 의미가 없다고 생각을 해서 PGC 때 좀 욕심을 내고 싶습니다.
对。在 Salute 看来呢，因为韩国队之前在 PGS 没有能够拿到冠军，所以说对他来说，对韩国来说也是有意义的。但是对他个人来说呢，其实比起 PGS， 他的更大的目标还是在 PGC， 希望能够在 PGC 夺冠。
Salute said, because it's like a first trophy for Korean team in PGS, but in Salute's own target, own goal is always aim at the biggest title, the PGC title. Thanks for your answer, and you can pass the mic to Seoul. Congratulations, Seoul. It's like it's been 995 days since the Korean team lifted the trophy. Let's lift the trophy. What do you feel right now? 对，就是因为韩国队在之前捧起奖杯是995天之前了，那现在韩国队再一次捧起了一次世界大赛的奖杯，他现在心情如何？
네, 995일 만에 우승하셨는데 지금 소감이 어떠셨나요?
일단 이번 여정이 좀 되게 우승하기까지 여정이 좀 힘들었어서 눈물 날 줄 알았는데 뭐 그렇게까지 눈물이 나진 않는 것 같고, 무엇보다 한국팀 중에서 최초로 PGS 우승을 한 그런 거에 있어서 되게 자부심 느끼고 되게 행복한 감정입니다.
这次比赛的旅程对我来说是挺艰难的。我一开始以为我站在领奖台上可能会哭，但是并没有。但这个奖杯呢，对于韩国来说其实是非常有意义的，所以我也很开心。
Saul said it's a hard journey for him in this PGS night. He thought he might like cry, maybe will cry when he lifted the trophy, but he didn't. But he still feel really happy right now. So what do you want to say to the fans always supporting you in your region? 对自己赛区的粉丝有没有想说的话？
응원해주신 팬들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 매번 젠지 응원해주신 팬분들께 보답 드린다고 했었는데 이번에 또 크게 보답 줄 수 있을 것 같아서 정말 행복하고, 앞으로 남은 여정 PGC까지도 저희 응원해주시면 그때 또 더 큰 선물로 보답해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
很感谢一路支持的粉丝，也很开心今天能够用这个奖杯来报答他们。希望大家可以一直支持我们，一直到 PGC， 也可以多多的支持我们。我们会在 PGC 上用更好的成绩来报答大家。
Sora said, thanks all the way supporting from the fans, and hope the fans can always supporting with them, and he felt like really happy use this trophy to respond to the fans always supporting, and hope the fans can supporting them till the PGC. All right, congratulations again for Genji Esports, and next time now let's look back at the moment that made them champions. Let's take a look.
A team that was built for this year, meant to dominate in TPP, adding a player from the Americas to a famous roster led by a man who's lifted the PGC trophy. They struggled. It's not been the easiest year for them. A 10th at EWC, a 10th at Games of the Future, then a shocking 23rd at PGS 7, a 21st at PGS 8, and here they stand at PGS 9, a new team, communication on point, prepared to win, led by a wily veteran, supported by young guns. Gen.G turns it around and does something that so few expected, coming out here on top, Poro.
And they looked good. They looked so good. You could see from the beginning of this weekend what their strategy was, what their plan was to go out there, be aggressive, take these fights. From the moment they started, they went after everything, and they just, and in the end, it paid off for them, and they get this win. And I hope that's going to be a lesson that they learn and they take with them throughout the rest of this year, because they are gunners. They are fraggers. They do not need to be playing meta strategy. They need to be going out there and just mowing down the lobby.
And mow them down they did. You can't, some could argue as they watched the two games prior to the last Matt that they caught circles. That last game, that was not the case. It started with a fight with Twisted Minds and it carried on to the bitter end when DY secured it for them.
Anybody who wants to say that can just shut up. I'll just be this clean on that. Gen.G, on the very first game of the Grand Finals, went 16th out with 0 kills. They were the bottom of the leaderboard, and they fought their way all the way up to the top of it. And it was neck and neck the whole way. You saw hero plays coming out from D, and I love it. D is such a great guy, and to see him have to go from, or not have to, but to have the capabilities to go from Al-Qadsia and then climb into Gen.G. Think about how hard mentally that is to jump from an America's team into Gen.G and such a historic roster.
I love that shot, though. It was funny how they lifted it, but what's not lost on me is that Sol, the man who leads the team, the man who's lifted the PGC trophy, stood back and said, "This is your moment, boys. You pick it up." And they gathered around, they lifted it.
It's superstition. You can't touch it. You can't touch it.
Can't touch it even when you win it?
That doesn't seem right. Come on. So
not until you lift another PGC trophy.
Well, that's a dumb superstition. Celebrate your victories when you get them, boys, because you never know when the next one's going to be.
Speaking of celebrating your victories, Virtus Pro got 22, so that was a good match win for them. But back to the leaderboard. Overall, 120 points goes the way of Gen.G. T1, so close, and it came down to that last moment, that last fight, where D pulled it out and got them that extra point. T1 finishes in second. Falcons manages to climb back onto the podium after starting the day in such a good spot. This leaderboard was wild, Matt.
I mean, can we take a second also to realize how poetically perfect it is on the day that D was letting the Falcons clear the path for him to stay alive and let Gen.G be the one to lift the trophy?
Right?
Let's take a look. I want to know who it was that made that call to make for D to make that push up into T1. I don't know if it was him or if it was the boys in that were kind of watching that said, "Look, no, that's T1. T1 is dead. If we kill them, we secure it." And that was exactly what they did. And he got the one knock, and that was enough. That was the 1 point that put him above. Otherwise, they would have been tied. I think they probably still would have won, but just not leaving any question. Beautiful stuff from D and from Gen.G.
And now that we've talked about this MVP play from D to win that game for Gen.G and sort of come in on the clutch, let's take a look back at the MVPs of the event, the top 3, a little highlight reel here, Martin, to sort of remind us of some of these incredible plays.
Yeah, they were able to have some absolutely standout moments here, and to have it from APG, from Mid, from Kiss, 26, 24, 23 kills, considering how far down the leaderboard they are, that is absolute insanity, right? Like with Alpha Gaming 5th, GT 8th, Myth got 6th, like all these teams outside podium, and all these 3 players just so mechanically gifted, and they're able to be one of those to grab that MVP here. They're able to do it throughout this, and imagine if they were able to win it, that would have been quite easy, but yeah. I can't imagine how bad it must feel to be an MVP and like not even be close to the podium here. It's really like, it's a band-aid on the wound.
a band-aid on the wound. I will say for guys like Kiss, though, sometimes the band-aid is what you got to be okay with. As we saw, this was a crazy fight up there in Yas, inside of the buildings. Kiss put in a ton of work. This guy's one of those players, Matt, that even when his team is struggling, Kiss always seems to be able to find a way to put points on the board.
And it sucks because he's often having to compete against teammates for like these like MVP style positions because there's so many kills popping off on mid side. It takes something to be the top fragger on the team so reoccurringly. This guy came onto the scene way back in the day with Forrest and then just kept on climbing. Other side of that, history in action right now. A Tycon as it feels like he's finally starting to come back into his stride.
Beautiful sprays there. And again, like you said, it is no one from the winning team. It is just some really great players and a lot out of a region that's known for its highlights, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the beginning of this year, it was the year of Kiss. And then Nixie stepped up, and Nixie started just taking over everything. But this time, it's going to be Tan Vu. Once again, we see him back up there. Good to see him back because he was absolutely dominant for the Expendables. But as Martin said, it is kind of a little bit bittersweet to get that MVP, but he definitely earned it. Very well played from him.
Yeah, no one's gonna. It stinks to not win overall, but it's nice to get a little bit of cash in your pocket. And honestly, to stand above Kiss at Tycon. Tycon's picture looks a little bit like he knew this was coming. It's got to be big bragging rights. Let's go one more time to the stage to talk to your MVP.
Our PGS9 final stage MVP, Tan Vu, with us here. Congratulations! Like, it's a wonderful individual performance. What is this MVP award, individual award, means to you?
Em nhận được MVP của lần này, rồi em cảm thấy như thế nào?
Thì em thấy rất là vui tại vì em đã bị tạch MVP rất là nhiều lần ở đấu trường thế giới rồi, và đây là lần đầu tiên của em.
他说他之前已经拿过几次 MVP 了，但是这是第一次拿到世界级赛事的 MVP， 他也是觉得非常开心。
Tam said, I've already won several MVP before, but this is the first time for Tam to win a world-class international tournaments MVP, so he feels really happy right now. So what is it's an individual award, but Tam is like core player in GM the Expandables. So what do you want? And he'll always get a lot of supported by his teammates. What do you want to say to your teammates? 就是有没有想对队友说的话？
PUBG là một game của team. Rồi sau đó em giành được vinh dự này, em muốn nói gì cùng các bạn trong team không?
Thì em cảm ơn em đã cố gắng hết mình ở những cái giải đấu lần trước và cùng nhau thay đổi. Và em mong là anh em mình sẽ cố gắng hơn nữa và giành được nhiều danh hiệu cao hơn.
他说这也是第一次和新的队友们一起去合作交流，然后也希望说在后面的赛事中能够更努力去获得更高的荣誉。
And Tam said, because we have a new roster in our team, so it's the first time to play with him, and we feel like really good, and we are looking forward to winning more tournaments, more title. And the last question is about, because it's gonna heading into Circuit 4 and PGC, what will Tam Vu build on? Keep building on.
Thì so với Circuit 4 và PGC, em có chuẩn bị như nào chưa?
Thì em nghĩ là tụi em sẽ cần có những cái chiến thuật tốt hơn và tụi em cần phải thay đổi nhiều hơn.
他说，对于 PGC 和 Circuit 4的赛事的话，他会准备得更充分，去调整自己的心态，还有做更好的战略规划。
And Tam said that's for Circuit 4 and PGC will like prepare more on his mental and maybe more on tactical strategy. And thanks for Tam sharing your thoughts. And it's a fantastic performance and a well-deserved MVP. And now with Circuit 3 complete, it's time to see what PGS9 means for the road to PGC. Let's take a look.
The road extends before them in earnest, and so too does the money, Matchroom.
Oh, total prize leaderboard. So this is going to be the way it is all stacked together throughout the year. So up on top of it, it is going to be VP, who has been consistent, except for the start, and then here at the end, and Made in Thailand, that's going to be a bit more consistent back behind that across the board and specifically out. But now then, seeing a big come up now starting to happen for T1. Look at that. It was $69,000. Nice. Until we got to the $50,000 coming up from this one. It's a big come up. Other side of that, Look at this, $11,000 on the year into a $113,000 jump up. That is an absurd difference. 10 times increase coming up for Gen G. And it just felt like finally the math and the numbers that we've been looking at for the squad finally came together, Toffees.
As we look at that second side, you can see the teams that are struggling a little bit to put their cash together. Some have had some bonuses, but what stands out to me is the world champions, defending world champions, full sense, only managing to put 1,000 on the board so far during the late half of the season has been challenging, to say the least. And it's not just the money, because the money's important, but there's also PGS points attached to each of these events. Martin, walk me through the standings now.
Yeah, now Virtus.pro effectively logging in that top spot here. Sherwood only got 44, but they had a comeback day today. 52 points total puts them and got them 44 points. Now holding on to this spot here. Big jump odds that we have to look at. Falcons claim 7th, that's massive. T1 claims 4th, that's also massive. Gen G gets that 9th place. They've had a really rough year, but with this one, they are at the cusp of that cutoff in the top 8 here. Otherwise, all the other team that's already rich have now also jumped into that 200 plus points. It's going to be hard to catch anyone above T1, I would say, for the rest of the year. We only have 2 more small circuits and the big circuit final as well. As we jump down to the lower half here, Twisted Minds in that 13th place, probably the biggest surprise to anyone out here.
I will say, you said I'm going to double down on it. VP from 15th to 7th today was an insane climb.
Yeah.
Huge fight back from them to get the points. And that's one of those teams that understood you need to focus on this road to PGC. They got EWC in their pocket, pulling the double. We don't really have a triple crown per se, but getting the double crown would be a really big deal for them if they can go over and they can do that at PGC, especially because they've got some PGSs as well in that pocket. So lots of options for them. Road to PGC continues as the PUBG Global Championship is not far away, but there are still 3 PGSs left to play. It is far from over, as we will be back in a few weeks' time. We got a few other things we got to do first, but when we come back, more points, more money, and more chances for teams to qualify as well as get their name on that list. Myth had such a good run before EWC. This one was a huge shakeup where only 17 has shown us that they survive time over time, even with breaks in between. But now, let's return to the stage one more time as our Gen G gets ready to sign.
Leave your names on PGS 9.
There you go. Gen G managing to finally live up to the hype that we saw whenever that roster was first revealed. It has been an up and down year for them so far, but it seems like they are getting hot at the absolute right time, Toffees.
When it's time to heat up, Seoul knows how to play. The plaque is signed. They hand it to D, the man who secured the win, and he will walk it over to the trophy, shows it to the camera one last time, and places it in a position of pride as the Korean champions surround the trophy one more time as your PGS 9 victors.
Circuit 3 ends here, but the road to PGC continues. Congratulations once again for our champion, Gen G Esports!
They're going to make him pick it up. Whether or not it's a curse does not matter, because a win is a blessing and they take it home with them. The PGS points, the money, and the pride. And honestly, as this happens right here, Matchum, I feel like this is a big moment for D. Now he can feel truly like he is part of this team.
Absolutely reading my mind right now. No more imposter syndrome beating at the back of his mind. When you're on a team with Soul and Salute, a newcomer that stepped in, played across Americas, having to compete with this roster is just, it's got to be eating you in the back of the mind. Like, okay, I've got to just always be that next stage up so that way I can prove and I deserve this. Now that gets to go away. He is the guy that clutched in the moment when everybody else fell, stayed alive, read it, and then made the hero play for his team so they could lift the trophy. This is a massive moment for D, and I could not be happier for him.
I mean, honestly, put yourself in that perspective of you guys as players. We've all played this game. There's this moment where one of the greatest players in the history of PUBG, who's lifted the PGC trophy, whispers in your ear, you have to go win this. And you have to climb that hill and get the kill. My pants would have been a little rough after that because it was terrifying. But he had the boldness, the tenacity, and the willingness, Poro, to do it when it mattered most. And to me, that's what Gen G stood out with. Tenacity when required and patience when it was perfect.
No, absolutely beautiful stuff from Gen G. Sheer elation for the Tigers there, but also you gotta remember a heartbreak for T1. How close they got there off a big performance in that final game. Heartbreak for the Falcons, who find themselves in third yet again. Coming into today, the first 2 days in first place, not able to hold on to that lead, but those teams have been there before. We'll see them rebound. I cannot wait to see what they bring to regional competition and then to our next international competition when we get to PGS. What are we on now? 10? Oh my goodness.
10 will be the
Going
next
to
October,
10.
right?
Yep. So it starts back up in October. We've got a few things before that, but it is going to be quite the event. We're not done. We're taking a weekend off, and then we're right back into the mix of things as I believe our PAS-PEC schedule kicks off right around the corner. That said, you brought up some great points. I mean, Poro, we used to talk about Falcons as the bridesmaids. Now they're just in the wedding party. Let's see if they can continue in the second half of the year. We saw T1 so gosh darn close match them, but at the end, they could not get that clutch. They could not win in the moment, in the compound, when they needed to. If they had just held on for 14 seconds longer, the trophy would have been theirs.
But on the other side of that, this is T1 that's been kind of watching in China for the last 2 weeks, just trying to struggle to even make it into the grand finals, finally get there. So if anything, this is this just helps their brain so much because now they're like, okay, I managed to get in here. I proved the fact that we can play on this level. I also want to give a shout out to Geekay. Geekay had a massive come up for a squad that was kind of an underdog coming into this one. They were extremely consistent inside of their performance. The read on the circles and really their firefights were all so clean. So Korea all around just massively performing inside of PGS 9.
Yeah, Korea looked really, really good. You know, I think a lot of us weren't expecting Geekay to pop off the way that they did. Some of us saw it, some of us didn't, but at the end of the day, they really proved the entire world wrong, that they had the potential to go the distance. So, obviously, Poro was the visionary amongst the group. Seeing them come into fourth and set themselves up for a good year was very, very exciting. But that said, Falcons is third. That's cool. Korea is terrifying. The way they played this endgame sets them up for such a good last half of the year. All right, that's it. That's PGS 9. We've crowned a champion. We know who won the circuit. They've got the big cash, and they've set the stage for a move forward. But things can get a little dicey because after the PAS-PEC cycle, as well as the other regions, we get back into maybe some new teams joining the fray. A change of headspace, a meta shift, a new update coming very soon, which means that when we get to PGS 10, 11, and 12, the wheels may not even be off. The wheels may now be half tracks because things are going to get wild. So make sure you stick around, follow the social media so that you know when we're going live. But before I sign out, obviously, this is a big time for our final thoughts. I got to get them. So I'm going to start off with Match'em. Final thoughts.
I just got one question. D, performing, crazy, just love it. Does this mean now people can shut up about the last time an American raised a trophy, though?
No, I'm not giving us that. I'm sorry.
He technically raised it. I don't know.
That's EMEA would give themselves that. We're not going to do it. All right, we're not going to give technicality. I'm going to go over to Martin, who looks like he's got some strong thoughts about what he just heard. Martin, final thoughts.
No comments on that. We're going to have to settle that off camera, I guess. But also, we have to realize here, Gen G, almost 2,500 days since they lifted a big international trophy, right? Back to Salute and Seoul. Last time they lifted a big one, almost 1,000 days ago, right? It's huge for these guys to come back into it. We started the year questioning these guys. Is it possible? What can you do? What's happening? This roster on paper should be winning championships, and now they're here. I'm really stoked to see what they and Korea can do for the rest of the year here. T1, GK, Gen G amongst that top 4. It's only Falcons that was able to break it for someone else. That's huge. So I'm really excited. Next week is the last week of PEC, PIS, and where a lot of other regionals start. So these guys are going to have to get home, watch what their competitors are going to do, and then PEC, PIS, and all the other regions starts in a couple of weeks, where we have a lot of weekends where we're kicking off a lot of more PUBG esports.
The end of the year is so PUBG heavy. I can't wait. All right, Poro, final thoughts.
Obviously, a fantastic turnaround for Korea. You guys have already touched on that several times now. A little bit of a cool-off for EMEA, with the exception of Virtus Pro, who's still looking fantastic. Obviously, a little bit of a downfall in this particular grand final, but throughout the other 2 finals in this circuit have been right up there. So you wonder if maybe this is the cool-off period, and maybe next time EMEA is going to start heating up towards the end of the year. I think a lot of teams need to be thinking about that. As China as well, kind of a little bit of a slowdown here, a lull, and you wonder, okay, Korea, obviously great performance. Are they getting hot at the right time, or is it a little bit too early? We'll still a lot of questions left to answer, with a lot more competition left to go before we get to PGC.
We've got 6 different PGS champions this year, with 3 more PGSs to add to that list. That tells me that the meta is wide open and any team can make moves when the time is right. And the big news for all of you out there is the age of LMG is upon us. Yet another shift that could be seismic in the functionality of this game, which means tune in, watch the boys stream, because they're going to be learning some stuff in the next couple of days. It's going to be very important in the next couple of weeks. Guys, we know you can hang out anywhere you want on the weekend. And the fact that you chose to spend it with us means so much. On behalf of myself, Matchroom, Avenger, Porosaurus, the entire production team, Crafted, and every one of the players who left their heart on the field of battle today, thank you for supporting them. Thank you for being here. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.